little bit of adjusting off of stream, as you can see by the test chat at the top. Oh, I don't like that very. Hold on. I don't like how that pops up. Let me fix that real quick. If I go to interact, can I still like? Oh no! Get me out of here! No, please. Oh, good God. All right, allow me to fix this. Properties. Cancel, not properties. Filters, I think I can go to. And I can just undo my crop and color key. Well, I'll keep the color key in there. If I drag this to the side, I can interact here. So I'll click on this little X here. Yeah, so this guy, actually, dismiss. That sucks. I really wish I didn't do that the moment I started streaming. That's okay, though. Yeah, but I color keyed it. Which is slightly more advanced than what I did before. Not by much, but yeah. So that's what we got going. I also got a nice royalty-free background. I think I have to cite who I got it from. So let me just go to my tabs real quick and check who I got it from. This guy is from... Oh, it doesn't say. I got it from a website called FreePick. I just need to know the information. How to attribute. The background is just designed by FreePick. So, thanks, FreePick. Very cool. Based, even. Yep. Alright. Next up, we've got, this guy right here. You might notice it's different from last time. That's because I actually downloaded LiveSplit. I'm kind of procrastinating here before I get to studying. But let me see if you guys can see my remarkable program. Hopefully you can't. You shouldn't be able to, I think. Let's see. Let's just see. It's not too embarrassing. It's just a little embarrassing if it pops up. It does not. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, wonderful. I like that a lot. And then, if I take out my tablet, because it's study time, you guys should be able to see when I screen share something. So let me just... Sorry, I got a little schmutz on my tablet. I should clean it with a light bit of water, as is required. But if we go to our 48-hour bit, go here and go back to Laplace's method into the reading, and I say I want to share my screen. Share. Present with screen share. Connect to app. And then I connect to my screen share here. And then I go full screen. I go out of it. Hey! Oh, but then my text doesn't show up in a very nice way. So I feel like if we want better contrast, because this is practically invisible on the light background, right? If we want a better contrast, we can just remove this. And oh. Why do you share the same properties? Hold up. If I go to properties, no, if I go to filters, where's my filters? And let's remove the color keying on you. Excellent, excellent. We like that. So, yeah, there we go. And I'm also going to turn down my lo-fi a bit. I don't know why it's so loud. I apologize. There we go. Yeah, last time my mixing was not it. I should set it back to white. And I don't want to key out white, because then the icons will crop out. Maybe that won't be bad. We can try it, chat. Let's see what we got. Properties. We may as well. Filters. We're going to undo the crop real quick. And leave it in the full bit. And then we're going to go to our filters. And we're going to... Oh. So we're going to add... No, we're not going to add this color key. We're going to go to the... We're going to remove the crop. Okay. So we remove that. Then we go to interact. And we're going to set this to white. There we go. And then if we key out white, will it look nice, is what I'm wondering. Bear with me, chat. So let me add a new filter, a color key. Let's call it white C key. And then we're going to custom color, select color from screen, and we're going to pick this and click OK. And then if we apply the cropping, hey! 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 Let's solve our issues! It does actually take out the white on the icons, but surely nobody notices. Surely. 100%. No shot. Wonderful. I like this a lot. Wow. Thanks, me. Very astute. Very smart of you. Good job. Okay. So yeah, last time we left off, we were learning Laplace's method. Also, this background does not fit very well. So let's just, boom. There we go. Now everything is in order. So yeah, also I have the live split program running. With the same time we left off on last time. The goal today is to study for about 5 or 6 hours. I think I can hit 6 hours, but if I get particularly fatigued, it'll be 5. I'm gonna check some messages on my Discord. And, oh yeah, wait, I gotta send, https://twitch.tv/shro701. There we go. Excellent, baby. My friends should be watching now. Should be lurking. And we're all good to go. Yeah, I think this layout is much nicer than it was last time. Maybe next time I should, like, crop the chat a bit further and bump it. I like it how it is for now, because I would imagine when you're fully zoomed in on it, you can see everything. But if you can't, just let me know. And with all this procrastinating, over and done with, I say we just hit... I think if we do this... Hold on, let me check. If we do this... What? Oh. Wait. What the fuck? So if I hit previous and then I hit S? No? Hold on. So if I hit start, and then I go... So I... Oh. Wait. So... Okay. So this is just the... I see. Makes sense. Alright. And let me check the battery I've got going. Oh, you guys can't see that. Wonderful. Cool. Yeah. I'm at 100%. Wi-Fi connection is easy peasy. It's good. And, I really don't want to do this today, but, I've left myself with no other options. So without further ado, we are back to none other than Laplace's method. Oh boy. So, why is that highlighted? Okay, whatever. I don't have time to wonder why things are highlighted or why they're not highlighted or whatever. Yeah. So, we were following Laplace's method, right? And these boundaries of integration as m approaches infinity, right? And we know this to be true. But when we tried to apply it to some of our example problems, which I should also open Obsidian. I don't know why I'm so off my game today. Jeez, holy. I was not prepared at all. I did a little extra, like, streaming stuff, you know, to make the layout a little extra, give it a little extra oomph, you know? But yeah, fuck. I guess. Anywho. So, we were covering Laplace's method. And we basically showed that if we use a Taylor expansion, we can get a nice Gaussian, which is what this guy is right here, a nice Gaussian, that approximates things as m approaches infinity, right? The problem with the last time was that we actually got f prime prime of x naught equals 0 for all of our valid values of x naught that we expand across, right? So, of course, the solution there was to use the small angle approximation. It was just a lack of foresight on my part to see that, like, we could have used a better approximation, right? I slept on it. I had multiple days to sleep on it. And yeah. So we're going to want to look for approximations such that... Let's even take a note here. We're going to say such that f prime prime of x naught is not equal 0, and f prime x naught equals 0. This is exactly what we're looking for, right? It can't be our only condition that f prime x naught equals 0. We also have to have it be the case that f prime prime of x naught is not equal to 0. So with that being said, if we go back to working on our problems, right? Yeah, you'll see the mistake I made here was that we didn't use the small angle approximation, right? If I used the small angle approximation, I think it would be noted. So our main fuck up here was that sine to the third of x. Oh. Wait. Is it not updating? No way. Oh, it's not, because I didn't full screen it. There we go. Excellent. Sorry. I apologize. Whoopsie daisies. You were just looking at something totally irrelevant the entire time. Again, I'm totally off my fucking game today. But we are given, in fact... Let me get rid of that. We are given, in fact, sine to the third of x equals sine of x to the third approximately equals, by the small angle approximation, x to the third. This is a very clever approximation. So, I'm gonna break the rules a little bit and allow myself to do this problem again, because I've understood the reason why it cannot be the case that our approach last time. Here's our last approach, right? Big fat 0. Our last approach was we set f prime prime of x to this guy, which is true, but it's an issue. I can't lie. It is a major fuck up that we did this. Not okay. Right? Let me see if my friend responded to me real quick. Okay, excellent. Yeah, my friend will be popping by soon. So, nice. Yeah, I figure I don't go out of my way to... I should do work while I talk. What the fuck am I on? So we're gonna redo this problem. So I'm just gonna mark this with cyan, and we're gonna say redo. Redo. And we're gonna see if our redo goes well. Because last time I was attempting this, I was super fucking sleep deprived. It was crazy. So yeah, we just add a note page here. And, oh, that shouldn't happen. What the fuck? Why? Oh, that's why. So if I undo that, no, if I, like, take this and I, like, move it around. Weird. That display is so buggy. Okay, sure. I don't like that for me very much, but alright. Because it just leaks my day plans, which is fine. You guys can know my day plans and my ideas. It's just that, like, it's kind of uncomfortable. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and one of them is a book that I'm writing. You get it. So, we are given this interval from, what was it, 0 to 1? Is that enough for small angle? Fuck it, it's enough for small angle. I don't care. I also didn't put dx because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah. Anyway. So we have e to the lambda sine third x. Negative lambda sine third x? Hold on. Let's just make this look clear. I don't like how crunchy this looks. So, to make it clear, from 0 to 1, e to the negative lambda sine third x dx. I also don't feel too great today, but I need to study. Because I'm a bit of a last-minute study kind of guy. It's a bad habit of mine. Yeah, this is right. So I just randomly go quiet. That's why. Oh, yeah, you can see the little laser bit before I'm about to... Right, you guys know exactly what I'm about to do. So then you have the same integral, but we can apply the small angle approximation over the same thing. So we have e to the negative lambda x to the third instead. We'll put approximately so we remember. Dx. And this allows us to set a much better approximation for our f of x by expansion, right? So instead we can say f of x equals it should just be x to the third, and then we should say equals, and then we do want to expand around 0, right? Because that's where our sine value, I think, that's where our graph peaks, I believe. Let me see if I remember correctly. No. Our graph would not peak around there, would it? Sine to the third of... Okay, let me open up Desmos real quick. I fuck with some Desmos. Because the way I'm visualizing this is that the larger sine gets, the more minimized our function gets because it's negative. So I think it has to peak around 0 because then it's 1. And if it's 1, it just is the highest value it can possibly be. Right? Because then it goes to... No. Yeah, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Peak 1 goes to 0. Easy GG. Right? So if we're really going to do this, right, we can get the boundaries from... negative infinity to infinity. No, actually, this is a mistake I made last time. Not going to make it again. 0 to infinity, because that's on the range of our original, and we're just extending it across the negligible part, because the back part isn't non-negligible, right? So we set it to this range instead, because it's negligible, and then we say e to the negative lambda x to the third dx. That was our mistake last time. And they got something in terms of the error function in the solution. I would say that's probably accurate. Matter of fact, I would definitely wager. Why is... Wait, I just realized, why is my complex analysis at the bottom of my methods of theoretical... I'll figure that out once I'm done. Once I get my splits going. Okay. If we're going into this approximation, we're going to expand around 0. Or at least we should be expanding around 0. The problem is that this also results in 0 across the board. So maybe we don't expand around 0. Maybe we expand around pi instead. Would be a good option. Let's think. So the shape of our function, roughly, and we're going to draw this with arrows. So we have this graph. The shape of our function is just going to be... Let's assume this value is infinitely close to 1, right? This is like sine of some pi over 2, right? If it's sine of pi over 2, which is greater than 1, we have a value of 1. So this is e to the negative lambda, which just approaches 0. So this approaches 0 very rapidly, right? So something that goes to 0 very fast, basically. So if we approach 0 on this side very quickly, what happens as sine goes to 0? Well, as it goes to 0, I'm going to presume it goes to 0 faster than lambda. Because if not, it would also start at 0. So it goes to 0 faster than lambda does. It should, because it's approaching with a third. Since it goes to 0 faster than lambda can approach infinity, we should just get some constant value going up. So we get some peak and some steep decline downwards, right? So we could expand around our peak at 0, but the problem with expanding around the 0 peak, right, is that you would end up with f of 0. And since 0 is just, like, x to the 3 as x approaches 0, is just 0, right? So f of 0 is 0. So the better solution would be to find some value like pi, right? So instead of taking this interval right here, we can take some other interval. But for this, I'm going to use Desmos and just graph some stuff. I'm going to also move this methods of theoretical physics study out of the way. So we're going to say e to the negative sine of x, and we're going to say this is to the power of 3, right? And we're going to see what this looks like as we increase the n value. So I'm actually just going to, again, put this guy back down here. Not going to change the size of it or anything. And we're just going to say n up here, and then we're going to add a slider. N equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we run into an interesting... it was exactly as I drew it. It's just that, like... it remains the exact same. No matter how high n is. Oh, never mind. The n size does matter. It's just that, like, it just does approach 0. Like, graphically even, it approaches 0 across that interval. And even if we go across an infinite interval, it just goes up to infinity. It's just that if we're interested in this particular interval... that's really tough. The way to approach that is tough. Because I'll show you what I mean. In essence, right, what we know is this sort of graph that we see here, right? Like the decline, it kind of goes like, you know, that graph that we see sort of ends up flattening out into this L shape, right? The area of that L shape is not necessarily 0. It should just simply be the value that we find here. Right? I would imagine. It's just that, like, that can't be the area under the curve, though. Because it's infinitely small. It's a straight line. So we would need the area of an infinitely... Basically, like... Imagine this... I'm cooking. Let me cook. So, basically, we have a triangle, right? That's crooked. This has a value of c. This has a value of dx. So this is actually just 1/2 c dx. You see what I'm saying? So if we actually want to evaluate this integral, we know that this is effectively just the integral of 1/2 c dx. Oh, but does it approach at 1? No, it doesn't. So graphically, we know, and this is a little bit cheaty, but it's physics, not math. So, you know, fuck you. We know that we have this infinitely tight integral, right? And so if we just take the integral from 0 to 1 c dx, well, okay, hold on. Arbitrarily, we can state that c equals 1. C equals 1. And we need 1/2 c dx. And dx is actually going to approach 0. So we're going to go from 0 to some epsilon, I guess. So we're going to say we get 1/2 minus epsilon over 2. And because this epsilon is some value that is arbitrarily close to our value, this is just, yeah, it just ends up being 0. All routes lead to 0. Let me evaluate the solution given in the manual, because this is an example. It's not meant to be like super easily solved. I just figured it would be good. So example 2, if we pull up example 2, we get an answer related to the error function. What's the order of the error function? So if we have an error function of 4/3, 4/3, yeah, it's very, very close to 1. And it's just 1 over the lambda to the 1/3. It will just approach 0. Because the order of lambda to the 1/3 is just that much greater. That's a... Okay. They had a very... Okay, they took the same approach as me with the triangle, too. It's just that the way they wrote it was different. So, they said that... Bullshit. Okay, that's another technique I didn't know. I'll mark myself off here, too. This is never gonna come up in my exam, I would imagine. However, my second attempt... So, it does approach 0 very rapidly, but that's not the solution they were looking for. Allow me to explain, chat. Okay, let me go back and see if anyone's in chat. No one's in chat, but in case you end up in chat, or like you're rewatching the VOD or something, let me explain. So basically what's happening here, right, is that you see that triangle right here? This fuck-ass triangle? They did do that, but they actually split it into x equals u over lambda, right? It should be lambda, not x. U over lambda. And that looks like y. Let me fix that. X equals u over lambda, right? So, remember when I said that it's like c and dx? That's basically what's happening here, right? They're getting that, like, little slope right there, right? And then what they're doing with that little slope is they're basically saying, like, okay, this is... Oh, my bad. This is x to the 3rd equals that, right? Then they're just taking that to a 1/3. So, but I don't know why they can do that. I don't know why they can say that we can do that with x to the 3rd. I don't know why that's useful. I would imagine it has to be a property of finding this infinitely small slope. Ah! It's because I approximated it as a triangle. I am a little silly for that. So what they actually did, here, allow me to do some corrections real quick. What they actually did was they had... Here, hold on, wait. They had C, and they had dx, and this was not a triangle, my bad. This was some, like, some thing proportional to x to the 3rd, right? So they did that for the curve. That was very smart. Okay, similar approach. I just jumped the gun a bit on my approximation. All roads still lead to 0 anyway. Don't get me wrong, right? But, like, that doesn't give you any valuable information of what happens as it scales. Because this is not always 0. And the other one gives you valuable scaling information. This makes sense. This is... Man, I fucking hate that I didn't get that. That's gonna get to me later. Because, like, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, of course, what else could it be? But, like, no. Okay, I'm so chopped. I'm so cooked on... Okay, that's fine, that's fine. We fuck up the run back. That's okay. We can fuck up the run back. We're allowed to fuck up the run back. Now, problem 3, we're not going to fuck up the run back on problem 3. Let's set it up. Okay, wonderful. It stayed as is. So, here's our run back. Or not our run back, but our new problem. So we're going to say we have -3 and 4. And 4. We should also take a look at the graph so we get valuable information. So I'll do that in just a sec. Yeah, I don't have the graph for you guys because I don't want to download the Desmos app on my computer. Just because it'll automatically download to the C drive, which I think is some bullshit, mind you. And I don't really want to share my Chrome just in case it gives away any of my information. Not that I haven't already given away plenty myself by accident already on the broadcast, but it's not information that's particularly important to me. But, you know, I know some motherfuckers out there be creeping and shit. So log is an interesting thing to work with because I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the scaling I'm looking for. Because I want it in a power of E. Log of 1 plus x squared. And is that it? Dx. Okay. So, we've got that going. We're kind of big chilling on that now. I am going to check my messages again. Wow. Nothing. Crazy. Nah, it's a pretty dead night for me. Oh, yeah, and I've decided that once my battery gets low enough, during the study sesh, we'll take a little break and stream some video games. Please clap. Please. I'm so lonely. I'm kidding. Yeah, so let's first check the graph to see which bounds are the most appropriate. I would imagine this one's going to be -infinity to infinity, but I have been known to be pleasantly surprised. -n x squared log 1 plus x squared. And we're going to see how this function, we're going to zoom real far in on this function. Oh, it's a very tiny baby one. Yeah, it should be -infinity to infinity. Wow. Yeah, perfect. That should be its, and then the scaling factor makes it smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, interesting. Gotcha. N equals 1. So we'll do that. So we have this, let me try the integral, actually, real quick. Of -3 to 4, and then put dx at the end. And then we can just increase this. It should decrease it the further it goes. Yeah, it should go to 0. But the way it scales to 0 is going to be dependent on some things. Okay, wonderful. So let me do a little bit of calculation here real quick. Mostly in the sense that, like, if we have log of 10 over log of e, that's just going to be... Here, wait. log 10 over log 2 of 10. Or I guess, no, you do log of 10 and what you're looking for over log 2. So 2 to the x equals 10 should be at about... Yeah, perfect. Okay. So in that case, we would have log of 1 plus x squared over log of e. And then if we take e to this power, it's just a quadratic. Excellent. So yeah, this converts it to an e logarithm. So what I can do is I can say this is equivalent to log of e integral. I don't know if this is the intended route to do this. However, I give not a fuck, so I'm going to do it anyway. Let's check chat too, see if anyone's popping. Nope, chat's not popping. I should let you guys see my side tangents. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's fine. So e to the negative lambda x squared. Shit. And then we have ln of 1 plus shit plus x squared. So here's where we run into a bit of a problem, right? And the problem we run into is primarily in the sense of, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, right? Because we need e to some f of x equals log 1 plus x squared. And you could take ln of log, I suppose. So you could say ln log, but that's, like, impossibly terrible to take the derivative of, and ln squared isn't much better, right? And it's not like we can multiply this out. So we're at a bit of a crossroads, right? Because if we multiply it out, we get something that's very nice when we have e to a certain power. So what does this leave? I'm going to put dx at the end just to signify this is done. So now we're in a position where we would want to say, perhaps, maybe the derivative of ln squared isn't that bad. Because, yes. Okay. Here's what we'll do. So let me see if ln of something is equivalent to ln squared. So ln of 2. ln of 2 squared. No. Absolutely not. It's never that easy, chat. My god. Okay. Hold on. And we're doing this all for something that's, like, mostly irrelevant since it's going to go to 0 anyway. Right? Because this term is just going to get killed and butchered, and the only place it'll contribute is in our f of x, but that's still important because we need the second derivative to contribute to our a. Fuck. There needs to be a nice way to convert log to a power of e. And I could look up a formula for it, but I kind of want to derive it myself for higher quality practice. Fuck it. Side tangent. Here we go. In and out, 5-minute math adventure. Alright? E to the x equals, or I guess f of x. E to the f of x equals log f of x. I guess a f of x. How do we do that? Because if we have ln of log, that's not a very nice number. Right? By no means. You know what we could do? Potentially, we could expand our log first, right? So we take this that we just got, and we can crack it open with a Taylor expansion separate from the other Taylor expansion, right? And then we can take the log of that Taylor expansion and then like curl it into the other Taylor expansion. That is my idea for a first approach. That is not the correct approach. I'm hoping that would give a valid option, but I will just say e to here log to a power of e. Hold up. Natural log of log. What is the... I think that might just be the best approach here. Because that's log e of x. And computing a logarithm of a logarithm is a pain in the ass. Unless it's not. Unless it's not. Unless it's not. I just remembered something. So. If you have some logarithm, right? Log of 1 plus x squared. And this is e to the power of log e log, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. I thought I was cooking. I thought I had something. I thought I was gassed up. I was not gassed up. I was not sauced up. It was not okay. There's no rule for this, so I'm just gonna have to fucking ball with it. We're gonna ball with it. Why not? Yo! My friend just sent me someone named Lumi. I go by Lumi sometimes. Local luminary. I prefer to go by Shro when I'm streaming and making videos, though. And they just posted a political dating sim diagram thing, and it's funny because I was considering making one. That's crazy. That's actually insane work. Yeah. You know. Anyway, we grind. We grind. How much time have I wasted going down a side tangent? Oh. Only like 20 minutes? There's so much time to go. I cannot perceive time, man. Okay? Like, every time I should have a shot clock every time I study, because I was like, oh man, 5 hours have passed. I'm done. Nope. Nope. Like 30, 40 minutes, tops. Fuck me. And then, just to be clear, this is my... Pause. Oh. Oops, I have to click into it first. This is my pause. So if I have to use the bathroom, I can do that. Anyway. So yeah, we got a fucky wucky going on here. That's okay though, because what we'll do is we'll Taylor expand this first. So this guy's getting Taylor expanded first. So we'll call this g of x. This is a tough problem to crack. Equals ln of 1 plus x squared. And we'll Taylor expand this around what point? What is the best point to pick? Usually it's the peak. So it's 1 plus x squared, or the most relevant point. We'll Taylor expand this around 0, because we, you know, we're fucking like that. Yeah. Surely, right? Surely. Hold on. I'm gonna refresh myself. Best point to Taylor expand around lies in the middle of the interval. Excellent. So it is 0. Wonderful. Muy excelente. All right. Usually you want to pick a midpoint, which is interesting. Yeah. After this problem, I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break, just because I swear to God, I'm on the verge of crashing out. So we're gonna Taylor expand this. We're gonna say, we have f of 0, so that's just 0, plus f prime of 0, x, that just cancels to 0, plus f double prime over 2, f double prime of x naught, which is just 0. I'm just writing it generically. Over 2 x squared, because we know the point is just 0. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to say f double prime is... So the first derivative is just 1 over 1 plus x squared. Derivative of the outside times the derivative of the inside is just 2x. So times 2x. And then we can use the quotient rule for the second derivative. And we can say we have the derivative of the numerator, which is just 2, minus the derivative of the denominator, which is just 2x. No, wait, am I stupid? I am stupid. Guys, I'm literally so chopped. I'm literally so cooked. It's literally so over. We're gonna go to the quotient rule. Go to images. Yeah, I knew it. You have to multiply them. I'm so sorry, guys. I knew something was wrong. It's actually going to be 2 times 1 plus x squared minus, and then we multiply the opposite way around, I believe. Yeah. The opposite way around, we're going to say that's 2x, so 4x squared. And then we're going to divide this all by our lovely 1 plus x squared squared. So, and then we need to take our values as x approaches 0. So that would be 2. Oh shit, that would be 2. Minus 0. Guys, I'm so washed. I'm so sorry. Divided by 1. So that's just 2. We have 2x squared is our Taylor expansion of that. A double Taylor expansion is kind of a sin. So if we get anything even remotely similar, we're just gonna take it. I can't lie. So yeah. Boom. Taylor expansion numero uno. Also, I wrote f of x instead of g of x because I'm stupid. So now, we have approximately equal to log of e. And this isn't going to look like the solution in the book because it's going to be a little less clean. But it should be equivalent. Negative 3 to 4 of e to the negative lambda x squared minus ln of 2x squared. So this should be fine, roughly. I hope. Anyway, so if we have this function here, right, we can say that our f of x, right, we can get this into the following form, equals log of e. We're going to keep our interval for now. E to the negative lambda. We're going to keep that negative on the outside. X squared plus 1 over lambda. So the scaling factor that I missed last time is actually important. Wait. Hold on, I'm getting major fucking deja vu. Hold on. bingo. So I don't know how exactly we missed this factor. Right? So we know that lambda approaches infinity. So we can approximate the order of x, right? To be... So we have to use L'Hospital's rule. I like saying L'Hospital. It's L'Hopital, I believe, but... So, we need to be careful. We can't just reduce it out of nowhere. ln 2x squared. So, now here's the deal. By itself, it would have been nice to evaluate. But because it's like this, we now have to take some derivatives again. So let's make a statement about x squared, right? Based on what we see here, given that x squared is on the order of... X squared would have to be on the order of e to the power of 1/2 lambda over 2. E to the lambda over 2. So we say x e to the lambda over 2 sort of negates this problem we have right here. Right? So if we do that, we can actually just change this to a nice... we can change this to a nice prefactor, I believe. So we can just take that down and put 2 out here. I wonder. I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't feel right to me. But I'm gonna just hope and pray. 4 e to the negative lambda x squared. And this should just be equal to 2 log e square root pi over a, and a is merely lambda. That should be roughly our answer. This should be what we're cooking up. Also, I'm gonna put right here that I skipped a step. Anyway, hopefully we cooked. I really hope that after all this... Oh, okay, it doesn't detect my finger. After all this time, we cooked. Please. No! No, they used another approximation that we didn't. It's... Why'd they go from... to the negative half? Where did the lambda factor come from on the outside? Because they got a... Because we're actually really close to being correct. So where do we mess up? Ah, it's that they're using the error function again. They're not cooking with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what they're doing, but it's much easier to go for the Gaussian in your function than it is to... You know what I'm saying? Let's see if this is a reasonable result, though. Let's check. Let's check if my result is reasonable. If it is, I will count it as correct, because approximations can be messy. All right, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if I cooked here. If I did not, I'm so sorry, guys. I've wasted 30 minutes of all our time, and we're gonna have to do more problems. All right, but practice makes perfect, and I don't get a lot of it usually. So let's try. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say that we have the integral that we desire of -3 to 4 up at the top, and we're gonna put dx, and we're just gonna evaluate that as is. And at the bottom, we're gonna say we have log of e, 2 log of e times the square root of pi over n. Okay, so far not a good approximation at n equals 1. Let's see, as n equals 10, 99. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Okay, my approximation is very bad. The approximation of how it scales is very, very bad. If I remove the factor of 2 out front, it's a little better, but not by much. I can't lie. We get the growth rate wrong. So yeah, this is actually majorly incorrect as opposed to our last one, which is minorly incorrect. So we're gonna have to go through and fix it. I don't like the method that they're using because it's different than the method we were taught. In my class, at least. But it might actually be better. Because I'm noticing their approximations are much stronger. Because my Taylor expansion gave something of the correct order. So I think... my Taylor expansion was an excellent idea. Because they used x squared, and I used 2x squared. That should be a roughly negligible difference. Right? Because that just removes our factor of 2 from out front. Right? And then, if we remove our factor of 2 from out front, it should be the same. So, my Taylor expansion was fine. That was fine. The question is... So, okay. The correct steps are as follows. This is correct. 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 The major fuck-up was right here. It was this guy. So, let's find out what went wrong by doing that. So, if I don't do it their way, right, and change the X parameters, and I just do it my way, I straight up just ball, right? Let's say that I do a second Taylor expansion, right? We're going to go Cyan because it's a continuation. I'm going to say Kant, just so we're clear. I'm sorry, this music fucking bangs. You hear that shit? Sessions vibe, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Riot Games, despite the fact that sometimes you suck. So we're gonna do a little itty-bitty Taylor expansion, right? And we're instead going to say we have x squared plus 1 over lambda ln 2x squared. That prefactor of 2 shouldn't matter too much, right? At most, it should make our difference off by an order of 2. But off by an order of 2 on like... The difference between epsilon and 2 epsilon is, in fact, epsilon. You know? We shouldn't be off by, like, several orders of magnitude. That's just fucked up. I am on Cyan, right? Yeah, good. So, what do? We'll try ourselves a Taylor expansion. First of X, then of the second. Taylor expanding a Taylor expansion itself is kind of a sin. Center point is going to be at 0. We can actually Taylor expand around instead, because we're looking for the center point. Let me check for the center point. Where's our center point? Come on, man. Where's your peak? Where's your peak? Oh, it is at 0. So we Taylor expand around 0. Problem with Taylor expanding around 0 is that leads to... You know what? Fuck that. We don't need to expand this guy. It's just x squared. He's already there. This guy is A-okay. We're going to leave him be, right? Instead, we're going to bring down this guy and Taylor expand it, right? Why not? So let's do it. So we have 1 over lambda as x is 0. Ooh, ln of 0 doesn't exist. So we have to Taylor expand around a different point of interest on our interval. So we can go less than 0. So let's say instead, what is it? 4 plus 3 divided by 2 equals 3.5. So we're going to expand around 0.5. So if we Taylor expand around 0.5, is this anything? No. No, because we have the prefactor that just remains. Like, the prefactor of lambda that just remains, like, 1 over lambda in there. And it does affect the scaling, right? But, like, when you have x as proportion... Did I need to do this? I had this nice form out there. If I took the derivative, because let me see what they did last time. For the first example, I didn't need to do all that. For this example, the first one, they basically said that you can let 1 over x squared plus 4 be on a certain order. So I didn't could I had just no, because that's an increasing. That was decreasing. That was decreasing. Okay. But if I use L'Hopital, how'd I just let it be 2? No. This is it's fascinating. It's fascinating. I am fascinatingly wrong. I am ridiculously wrong here. Okay. I'm getting very heated. I'm getting very frustrated. We're gonna mark certain problems to revisit. So far, I don't think we need to revisit problem 2. We know mostly where we went wrong on problem 2, right? And that is simply that we did not use the approximation at the top. Okay, we're gonna do a full nuke of all of these, right? Let me see if I can clone the original document. Duplicate original document. Okay, we're gonna have to start fresh, right from the beginning, alright? Because that was bad. That was really bad. So we're gonna take a minute to just relax, and then we will... Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'll turn on the background again. We're gonna take a moment to just relax and regroup here, is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna pause this guy. And we're just gonna take a breather for a second, because holy, I'm tilted out of my mind. My god. Okay. Whew. So we've got about an hour done. It's 9:40. Oh, it finally closed. Wunderbar. Oh yeah, I should hold on. Let me change my my chat back. Advanced chat. Let's go with properties. Or actually, do I need to? Hold on. Because I have 2 advanced chats. If I just do this one over this one. No, they share properties. Why do you share properties? Why are you linked to another one? Anyway, whatever. I'm just going to remove 1 instance of chat. And I'm going to hit filters. And I'm going to remove this color key. And instead put this color key on. And we're just going to vibe for a bit. Alright? We're going to hit interact. Go back to dark mode. And then we're going to color key crop. Excellent. Cool. Alright. So, I really feel like I need to plan out what's going to happen next. Right? So, clearly I'm very set in my ways. I'm very stubborn about how it works. And that's not conducive to learning. So I think if I want to get some high quality, big brain learning done, I'm probably going to have to read the first problem, at the very least, on the write-up. Right? So yeah. I'm gonna do that. That's just how it's gonna have to be. Okay, yeah. Okay. So. No, that's honestly just tough. That's honestly just rough. I can't even lie. I can't even cap. That's just a... Ooh. I'm kind of... Man, session 2? Okay. I just need to relax. Whew, okay. I do have some other series planned, if I'm being honest with you. I should make like a slideshow that I can edit, and I can just pop it up on screen whenever I want to give examples of stuff. But I don't know if you've ever... Is it public domain to play that recording? Hold up. Is the... Hold on. IBM 7094... Is IBM 7094's cover of Daisy Bell public domain? Let's see. Let's go to the copyrighted works. Life cycle of copyright. Most works created after protection lasts life of plus 70. Is IBM 7094... Sure. Are works before or in 1961 public domain? Oh, no. This is... Ooh, okay. 1964. We're good. Okay. 1961. So these are... Ah! Public domain! I think. Fuck! Never mind. 2057. I don't want to get copyright struck. I can't. Okay. Since I can't play you I can't do the full one because I don't want to get a copyright strike, right? So I'll just search it up. I'll search Daisy Bell, IBM. I get to play you like 20 seconds just to show you what I'm talking about of the original recording in 1961. Although I don't know if... Yeah, the cover is probably copyrighted. How... Okay, fuck it. This is a 30-second video. Only some of it is actually the thing. But basically, right, this is something I'm going to try to recreate in Minecraft. I'm not sure if there are any schematics out there. I might just have to YOLO it and see if I can do it. I'm not like super advanced at redstone yet, but I took like a comp engineering course and stuff. So maybe we can do it. But take a listen. I'm half crazy for the love of you. And I'm wondering if it's possible, because I have to scrounge up as much information as possible. Oh. Get an alarm for followers? I should. I haven't set up alarms yet. Yeah. I'm on a little bit of a break right now. Also, thanks for stopping by. Hello. Yeah, I really should. You're right. I just don't want it to interrupt the study session. I'll do that when I start like streaming games and stuff. But I was just saying how like one of my projects that I want to work on a video for is remaking like the IBM 7094 in Minecraft using note blocks. I firmly believe it's possible. I think you could make a vocal synthesizer in Minecraft. I'm going to do a cursory search, because I searched for it before, but... Hold up, Minecraft vocal synthesizer. Has anyone done it? Yeah, no. Listen. Manage and I'll prime sub you every month. You can't even prime sub me now. I don't have enough viewers yet. But I appreciate the sentiment. I can't lie. Oh my god. Okay. What's gonna happen here is... Actually, can I just put text on the screen? Just straight up. Text. Be right back. Alright. Because I do have to real quick, get a drink of water. I have a water bottle in the fridge, actually, that I need to go grab. Make source visible. Do I have .gothic? I do have .gothic. Wonderful. So I'm going to click OK on .gothic. Be right back. Smiley face. Wonderful! Wait, I like that a lot. That's so cute. Alright, and then we can just put that here. And I can drag this around. So I'm going to try to drag it center screen. So that should be about, like, and then, perfect. And then, I gotta be a perfectionist about it. I can't lie. Wonderful! Excellent! Woo! I have my be right back text. Alright. Yeah, thank you. I'll be just a sec. And then we'll continue on the homework. No, not homework, but study, speedrun, grind set. Boop. Actually, I'll continue playing that lo-fi while I'm gone. And also close the copyrighted work that I was playing in the background. Alright, there we go. Oh, shit. Okay, sure, that works. That's fine. Alright. Okay, we got our hydration. Let's put it under our desk. Alright. So Burnout, if you're still around, do you want mod? I can just give that to you real quick, I think. I'm actually, yeah, I can just add you to my mod list. Do you want that? Give her that, be right back. If you're still around, of course. I don't know if you're actually... if you're worthy, yeah, you're worthy. Alright. Let's get you that, that mod status in the chat. Alright. And you are now modded! Woo! Wow, congratulations! Welcome to the mod team of literally 2 other people that never watch my streams. Okay. So, allow me to show you a little bit of what we're doing here, Burnout. Because I'm not so sure if you are going to be super into this stream or not. But I'll show you what I got. Why not? So, we're working on something called Laplace's method. It's like a thing in physics. Thing is, though, I spent the past hour fucking up problems for it. So let me just show you. Except... Oh, that is not what I wanted. There we go. Excellent. So yeah. That's the, this is the ordeal, right? Also, I gotta change the chat. I'll show you how I do that, too. So if I go to filters, I can actually just change it from one key to another. And then I also just have to interact. So I have to remove the crop for a second. Go to interact. Change this from one mode to the other. Right? Close that. And then I add the crop back. And boom. Right? All of a sudden, we're back, baby. Yeah. So that's our, yeah. So this is basically what we're looking at, essentially. Right? Which, it looks complicated. It's not too complicated. You know? I've just been fucking it up. And I need to not be fucking it up. And there's a write-up that I need to read. It's at the bottom, actually. But I don't know. Because I was kind of stubborn. I wanted to solve it the way that we learned in my class. But there is apparently a better way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to solve problem 1 bar for bar as it's done in the write-up, so I can learn that method of solving these, because I think it's actually stronger than the method I learned in class, right? That's the idea. Also, I have a speedrun timer, because I'm only allowed 48 hours to learn all of this until the challenge is considered to be a failure, right? Dimensional analysis took about 15 minutes. So far, this has taken significantly longer. So yeah. If you want to just leave it in the background, if it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. If you want to actively participate in chat while I study, also fine. So yeah, that being said... Oh shit, wrong window. Boom. We're back. We're so back. Yeah. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do right now, like immediately, is head over to our write-up. Because our Laplace write-up is as follows. And it's going to be difficult for me to see chat while I look at the write-up. But basically, here's what they do, right? So we go here, we add a note page, make sure the stream is still fine after a note page. It is. Oh, I also got to turn off the background because it clashes. I actually don't hate it. It adds a little flavor. Can't lie. Alright, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. Whatever. So, what they do is they essentially go up. Still cyan, god damn it. They go about the problem this way, right? This is how they attack it. They say, they make the argument that you have e to the lambda cosine of x from 0 to pi over 2 divided by x squared plus 4 dx, right? And essentially what we're going to be doing here is following their solution bar for bar. They used an approximation for cosine, right? They used cosine of x approximately equals 1 minus x squared over 2. A reasonable expansion to use. I would have done the same. And then this gives e to the lambda, because remember, this is a solution I'm copying from the write-up bar for bar, basically, minus lambda over 2x squared. Right? And then they make the argument that as x approaches So they make the argument that because x is significantly, like, on the order of 1 over square root lambda, that the contributions from S are sufficiently small. So in essence, we can just take this bit in the denominator, and we can say that we actually have this integral. E to the lambda. If we factor out e to the lambda, we just have e to the negative lambda over 2 x squared. And this is over 4 because of our contribution from the numerator. Oh! Thank you. I'm so... Oh. 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 I'm not... Okay. So... Oh. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was really wrapped up in reading, like, a write-up. I apologize. I was not checking chat. I'm also gonna... This guy. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm just doing Laplace's method. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of kicking my ass right now. It's not great. But it is actually pretty fun. Because basically what we've done is we've taken our denominator and we've noted that the contribution from our x is sufficiently small. And in doing so, we have set this denominator to 1/4. So we only have to work with the numerator. We Taylor expand what's in the numerator, and we get something very nice, right? Where we can basically take this and we get a Gaussian, and our Gaussian is a very simple value, right? So we can see how this scales as lambda increases. For a sufficiently large lambda, mind you. Which is practical for some problems in physics. Off the top of my head, I think one of them is Bessel functions. It's great. It's a good time. Yeah. Oh, and also thank you for following. I really wish I had a notification set up. But, like, I'm trying not to get super distracted, since this is something I have to do to lock in. But I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. Okay. Back to what we've got here. So now that we've done that, now that we've noted the order that x has to be on. Oh, thank you. Now that we've noted the order of x, we just can take this as a simple Gaussian. So we have e to the lambda over 4 times So typically with a Gaussian, just to explain a little bit, if you have 0 to infinity, oh, I should add 1/2 here. If you have 0 to infinity, e to the negative a x plus b squared. This is what we call a Gaussian integral. And this will actually evaluate to 1/2 square root pi over a. This is a well-known result, so I just use it. The derivation for it, if I remember, is actually pretty hardcore. I could probably not derive it on hand. However, it is a very useful solution to know for reasons exactly like this. It can simplify integrals immensely. And the basic idea of why this is used is, imagine you have a function that goes a little something like this across your integral, right? As this continues on, it gets more and more negligible. So you can extend the domain from 0 to infinity without having that much extra contribution and get a really, really good approximation of your integral with a Gaussian, which is really nice. And it's exactly what's being done here. The purpose of Laplace's method is, I believe, to figure out how things scale as certain orders approach. Like this lambda right here, it approaches infinity, right? So as lambda approaches infinity, how does the function scale with lambda? So for relatively high order lambda, you can figure out what the best approximations are and work off of that. Anyway, over here we can see that we have our a value is equal to lambda over 2. So this will just be lambda at the bottom, and then we have 2 pi at the top, and that is our solution for problem 1. So in problem 1, they did something I neglected to do before, which was note the order of x. They start doing interesting substitutions in the second problem. Also, if you actually want to take a look at the write-up yourself, I did put the source down here. Right? So feel free to check it out. The university this comes from is not the one that I attend. I just thought it was a really good resource for problems to practice. And it turns out I was right, because a lot of what they cover are spots of mine that are pretty weak. So yeah. So now we can attempt problem 2 once more ourselves. We messed it up last time. I think this time we have a little bit of a better intuition of how to go about it. So we know that we can actually just... We'll apply this right off the bat. We can go from 0 to infinity, because that's the interval that we're interested in. The rest is negligible. And we can take a small angle approximation instead. So we have e to the negative lambda x to the third. So this is where a second thing they do comes in. I was a little confused at first why they did this. I think I can understand what motivates it. Because if you have x approaching infinity, right, inevitably you're going to have x on a particular order. So the order that they give x in this case, because we're noting x to the third, should be x to the third should be less than, I would imagine, 1 over, just by the way we usually define x, lambda to the 3 over 2, maybe? That is how they did it. I wonder why they select it that way, though. Because if we go back to our last problem, right? We've got this order given to us, which makes sense, because we know that x is given to... Ah! if x is given to be arbitrarily small, but it still scales infinitely. I see. Okay. So we're just, it's just a statement that we're not functioning on the same order, basically. So it's a very nice, or not, it's not that this is less, it's that this is on a similar order. Interesting. I like that. Why is it on a similar order? I'll figure that out later. All I need to know for now is that it is. So then we have that is significantly less than 1. Okay. Dx. Wonderful. So, what are we doing now? Okay. So, if we know this to be the case, what does that give us in this context? In the last context, it didn't give us all that much. Right? In this context, it might give us a fair bit. Prefactor of some sort, maybe? You've returned. Yeah, while you were gone, I had to ban this one dude who was, like, advertising. And I got a follower! If Calvin is still here. My goat. Yeah. I'm still working out problems. The first problem I used the write-up for. This problem I'm, like, I understand that they... Oh, I remember what I'm supposed to do. So, because they note that this is on a similar order, they actually just say that, straight up, that x is equal to some... Damn, spammers all sue. True. So, I believe in the write-up that they have for this. Yeah, they do some... Wait. I see, okay. They actually use a different method for this. So this method isn't the same. So let's get rid of this guy. This guy right here. Dead. Owned. Killed. So, here's what we'll do. We can set x equal to... It has some lambda dependence. If we want to... Oh. Sure. Yeah. Alright. F in the chat for that guy. True. Advertising viewbotting services on my small stream? Absolutely not. SMH. Wait, I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's to the 1/3, so this is x to the 3rd. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't seem right. So, noting that, we can say x equals u to the 1/3 divided by lambda to the 1/3. And if we do that, instead we get some integral... Or actually, hold up, we also need some du equals... Was it du equals... Hold on, I first have to... Thinking. Ah, yes. Okay, that's lambda. So, dx equals 1 over lambda to the 1/3 times 1/3 of u to the negative 2/3 du. And then, from here... That's still just a terrible integral to evaluate. Wait, why do they do it like that? That is an absolutely dog-ass integral. I mean, okay. So for context, I wanna let you in on a little secret, okay? Right? The reason why they do this is because using every other method, including the small angle approximation, right? F prime prime of 0, which, by the way, is the relevant point to expand around, just goes to 0, right? It just straight up goes to 0. You can't get shit for information out of this, okay? Right? You can't get any good information about the scaling with lambda, right? Meanwhile, if you apply like an error function to things, you can. The problem with the error function is that like I don't know it. I did not study it, and nor has it come up in many of the problems that show up. So quick 5-minute side adventure because I'm tired of not knowing things. Error function. You guys can't see my Google search here, but is this a Gaussian? This feels like a Gaussian. Ah, it is a Gaussian, but it's across a finite. I see. Very clever. Okay. Wow. That's cute. Not necessarily. So, basically Laplace's method is a series of making helpful approximations, right, to solve integrals. So whenever you're solving integrals, you kind of have a box of tools, right? If I am to go off on a side tangent here. So you have kind of like a toolbox. Here, I'll make a little slash just to denote that the area below this is all going to get erased in a sec. So basically you have your tools. You have your basic tools, right? Which is Calc 1, which is like derivatives. Integration by parts. Like small angle approximation. And all these other like mathematical tools. Separation of variables even, right? So you have all these tools that you can use to solve an integral, right? But there are additional tools, right, outside of the realm of like mathematical perfection, which are approximation tools. The most powerful of these, as far as I can tell, is the Taylor expansion. And it just so happens that there is a function called a Gaussian, right? That when you are taking it from 0 to infinity, this Gaussian, right, has the neat property of being 1/2 square root pi over a. Right? And that is basically how you do all of like asymptotic analysis. You take things to a special function that you know you can evaluate, and you evaluate it. This write-up takes its special function to the error function, right? Which you can also evaluate. However, the thing is, I never learned how to evaluate such a thing. So I just have to in and out 5-minute adventure the shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In essence, though, it is similar to a Gaussian, but calculating it is actually just a pain in the ass. Because basically you have to take a infinite sum of a Taylor series. I don't like that. You have to take a relatively decent amount of terms in a Taylor series And then that is your value for the error function, which is usually represented by gamma. I don't like the way they approach this, though. Because the way they approach this, while valid, it will always get you a valid result, right? For your error function. But the way they approach this basically gives, and I'll show you, because my approach to it was different, and it was also not sufficient to show what I'm trying to show. But the way they approach this is, oh shit, my bad. You then have this substitution that you can make, which is, e to the negative u to the power of 1/3, or not 1/3, e to the negative u times 1 over lambda to the 1/3 times, oh no. It's chopped. It's cooked. Oh! Wait, are we back? Are we... I think we might be back. Hold on. There we go. We're back! We're back! Woo! Oh. Did our music end? It's been so long our music ended. It's okay, we'll go to the next sessions. Okay. Sorry for the minor inconvenience. I deeply apologize if the stream was super choppy. Oh no, or if it is super choppy. Because apparently I'm dropping 2,000 frames. Crazy. But who cares? We're back. sorry. Let me also make sure the volume on this is fine. No, it is fine. Okay, we're good. So we have then 1/3 u to the negative 2/3, I believe. And let me check the write-up, because I'm pretty sure that is what they're saying here. Yeah, that is exactly what they're saying here. So they run this replacement, right? And they get something in terms of the error function. Now, is it a good result? Maybe. Because I think they take it, what, from 0 to infinity? Or what are the bounds? Yeah, they go from 0 to infinity. Now, the problem is that this is not a, oh. Bitch, connect! Oh, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Connect! There we go. So the thing is, this leaves you with 1 over lambda to the 1/3 on the outside. Or, I guess, times 3. And it leaves you from 0 to infinity of e to the minus u times u to the minus 2 over 3. So they leave this in terms of the error function. However, I have a much more interesting solution, I believe. I'm sorry, could we... Oh, it's because I minimized it. I shouldn't be minimizing it. I should just be clicking into OBS. Now does it work? I'm so sorry. Guys, that was actually my bad. I apologize. Oh, also, Burnout, if you're still listening, what do you think of my little guy? I never asked you about the little guy. You like him? He's an updated version of my old little guy who didn't speak. He just clicky-clacked the keyboard. But this one speaks. So, yeah. So they leave it at the error function. I am not inclined to do that. I would probably say that if I wanted to evaluate this, I would just be down to straight up Taylor expand. And if I wanted to Taylor expand around a point, let's check what the original one they used was. 1 to 0. I would Taylor expand around 0.5 as the point of interest. I can't lie. I think it'll get us close to the solution they give us. So why not? If we Taylor expand it, here's what we're going to get. So, the top, so we have minus, and then the inside is u plus ln, or I guess, is it plus or minus? Hold on, thinking minus. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I need to get better at checking chat, too. It's just that study streams are mostly me studying. But I try. So we have u to the negative 2 over 3 on the inside. Right? And then what we can do is we can Taylor expand this. Oh, this does actually give something interesting. So the way we'll Taylor expand this is we'll say we only need to expand these guys, right? So the first one, we'll just give f double prime of 0.5 is 0. We need f prime to be equal to 0 as well. This will never be the case. So we actually need to find our point to expand around. I'm a little silly for that. So f prime of x naught is 0. And we'll have our... We'll denote some stuff. We'll say that this is for f, and this is for g, right? And we'll be able to find our integral. So then we have f prime of x naught plus g prime of x naught equals 0. Right? And that allows us to find a point to expand around. And it doesn't matter what the first one is. So, let's see. We know that f prime of x naught, no matter what it is 1. And then if we take the first derivative of our point u, we get 1 minus 1 over... Well, actually, I don't even need to do that. We get 1 minus u to the 2 over 3 times... times, what do we got? 2 over 3 times... Okay, wait. The derivative of the inside, which should be minus 2 over 3 Oh, we might get a complex number here, chat, which is not good. Well, we'll see what happens. So, yeah. 1 over that, so that's positive. And we don't want to... We don't mind, So it's actually minus... I hate that for me. I can't lie. Minus 2 over 3... u to the... Was it 5 over 3? Or negative 5 over 3? Because that's the derivative. which should give 1 plus u to the power of, or I guess, yeah, 1 plus u to the 2 over 3, or not, sorry, 1 plus 2 over 3 times u to the -1 equals 0. I am so confused. So, what is happening here? Well, what we'll do is we can have -1 on the other side. So u minus 1 equals negative okay. -3 over 2. So x naught equals -2 over 3. Weird a point to expand around, especially given the fact that it's not in our interval. So, unlike them, we will be expanding our our integral. So, instead of taking the error function like they did, we'll do it our own way. We'll say that we have 1 over 3 lambda to the 1 over 3 lambda to the 1/3, like they did. And then we can do it our way. If we do it our way, this gives us, I should hope, something similar, which will be also, there was no complex number. I was just fucking contour integral brained. I apologize. Let's see. So G double prime. I did not calculate G double prime. No, I did. I did calculate G double. No, I only calculated G prime. I didn't calculate G double prime. G double prime should be easy, though, because we actually know that it should come out to... What do you come out to? Because it gives us a good prefactor that we're looking for. Anyway, we have the correct scaling, which is good. That's a good sign. So their method is very good for giving us the correct method of scaling. I like that a lot. However, we are now going to have to consider what we'll do about our Taylor expansions. Okay, let's just do the raw Taylor expansion as is. So, our Taylor expansion for u, right, is simply f of -2 over 3 equals -2 over 3. Because this should give us a similar prefactor. We're just doing extra work for it as opposed to using the error function, which I'm fine with doing because this is the way we did it in class. So I think I'm cooking here. I think I'm actually finally getting the method. I'm so happy. All right. So then we have f prime of -2 over 3 equals 1. F double prime -2 over 3 equals 0. So then our G contribution, G of -2 over 3, is quite simply ln negative 2 over 3 to the negative 2 over 3. That's where our problem lies. Shit. No, that's why they use the error function. It's much easier. And if we used our closest value to the center and expanded around 0, we would get the 1 contribution from there. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Negative 2 over 3 to the negative 2 over 3. That's bad. Or is it? Wait. Negative 2 over 3 to the negative 2 over 3. I think that actually gives us a complex number. So we can just take the real part, right? Negative 2 over 3 to the power of negative 2 over 3. Oh, wait. Oops. No, we can actually take that. Oh! Never mind. Never mind. That's a real value. I don't know why I'm... It's weird that it works out like that, but okay. Yes. Yes, that is a real valued function. I don't know why I'm tripping right now. Equals ln negative 2 over 3 to the negative 2 over 3. Oh, it's because the sign cancels. I believe. Anyway, this works. This works out fine. So our prefactor is e to the negative 2 over 3. I guess, hold up. Negative 2 over 3 minus, right? No. Yes. Yes, I am right. Ln minus 2 over 3 minus 2 over 3. Excellent. So that's our first one. Our second one should be 0, because we have a 0 contribution there. And our last contribution should be only from G. So we only need G prime prime. G prime equals... should just be U. U to the minus 2 over 3. So 1 over... It doesn't even matter. So it's U to the 2 over 3. U to the 2 over 3 times negative 2 over 3. 2 over 3. U to the negative 5 over 3 equals negative 2 over 3 u to the negative 1, which is just G double prime is positive, and it's 2 over 3 u to the negative 2. So that's 2 over 3 this value of u, it's u naught. 2 over 3 to the negative 1, so that's 3 over 2. 3 over 2. I believe. Let me double check. Negative 2 over... Okay, yeah. Reverse it and square it. Multiply it by its inverse. Yes. 2 over 3 x squared. So this should give a prefactor e to the negative 2 over 3 minus ln negative 2 over 3 to the negative 2 over 3 on the outside. And then over let's go over 3 lambda to the 1/3. Let's see if we get about an equivalent value. If we do, I'll consider this a success. So we got that. Let's put a little caret to signify it's to the 1/3. To the 1/3. So we have that prefactor out front. And then on the inside, we're going from 0 to infinity, right? I believe so, yeah, 0 to infinity. If we're going from 0 to infinity, even though we're expanding... Oh, wait. Here's the catch. Here's the kicker. I expanded our integration range. Actually, I said negative infinity to infinity. So we're going to put no 1/2 at the bottom. And it's just going to be times the square root of pi over a. Pi over a in this case is just going to be 3 over 2. So times the square root of 2 pi over 3. And hopefully this gives us a similar factor. Let's calculate. So we've got 1/3 e to the negative 2/3 minus ln minus 2/3 to the minus 2/3 in the prefactor times the square root of 2 pi over 3. Yes, that is extremely similar to our error function value, I believe. Let's find it. Calculator. And let's put 4 over 3. Or was it 3 over 4? I can't remember. Let me check. Let's check the write-up. 4 over 3. 4 over 3. So it's 0.94. This is roughly similar. I think I might have missed a factor of 2 somewhere. I don't remember, oh! Yeah, wait. If I took the factor of 1/2 out here, I didn't. Our value is off, but not, like, that off. It is off by, like, a factor of 3. Which isn't bad for such a small difference. It's just, like, not where I would have preferred. Oh, wait, hold up. No, they give it in a slightly different form, I believe. Hold on, let's check. Yeah, no, they give it in the right form. 2/3 of that. Okay. So, that being said, and I need to drink more water. Hold on. I mean, we have a workable solution. Like, it's not bad. it's just kind of like, it's a little lame. I can't lie. It's a little bit of a lame-o solution. It's a little bit of a, like a boo-hoo cry about it type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Oh, boy. That's still running. Okay. Well, what happens if we just change the point we expand around? So let's just create, let's just say we have, like P, right? P equals 0, right? And let's replace all instances of... Wait. Did I make a fucky wucky? No, I didn't. Okay. So we can't do P equals 0. Let's just have P, let's set P to 2/3, right? So we have P. Or I guess P is negative 2/3. So then we can replace every mention of 2/3 with negative P. Negative P. Negative P. This is just P. To the negative P. Or, no, this is also just P. To the negative P pi. Alright, excellent. So we're going to copy that. We'll put that here. Or, well, hold up. First, we're going to revert it back to how it is. We're going to do this, and then we're going to put this as a negative. So then as P approaches 0, right? Negative 0.01, 0.1, 2, 3, 4. If we divide by 2 up front, and then we do, like, a positive value P, yeah, it ends up being undefined, because we do negative P. Oh, wait. Did we just put absolute value of P in here? Okay, excellent. So I can do P equals 1, 0, 2/3, negative 2/3. Instead, let's try maybe negative 1. No. Negative 0.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With X. So the value we would be looking for closes in at about, hold on, y equals 0.9, give or take. So we're going to look around here for our values. P equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Negative 0.1. 4. Because we're looking for a positive value of P. So let's just graph. So if we're looking for positive values of P, we're going to find it at infinitely small points. So there's got to be a reason why, hold up, P equals negative 2 times 2/3. That is going to be higher. Negative 4? No. 3, 2, 1? 1/2. It can't be 1/2. 1/3? Can't be 1/3. So it peaks around 1.5, 1.4. Yeah, it just peaks around that value. Oh, because we expanded around the value. I'm a little silly, guys. Oh no. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't need to worry too much about the fact that it's a little off. I'm being a perfectionist here. This is a perfectly acceptable solution, and it gets the check mark. Wonderful. Thanks for reminding me not to crash out. I appreciate that. Wonderful. You know what? I'm gonna say, even though we didn't get through all of these problems, I'm pretty comfortable with the material now. Yo, Burnout, do you know enough, math to give me, like, a random function to evaluate? Just for shits and gigs? Because we're approaching, the time where I think I could mark this off. Right? I think I could consider myself being fine at this particular subject. I can consider it learned. I should ask my professor, actually. Hold up. I should note. Ask prof about error. Yeah. Okay. We're good. We do be do I need any more practice on this? My gut says no, but my gut is a goddamn liar. Let me see. So they used an approximation there. I see. That's fair. Yeah, alright. Let's see. As long as I understand what's done here, I am almost 100% certain that we can just apply the same substitution method and do it exactly the same way for this problem. So let's see if that's how this is done. If it is, so they're going to replace x with u to the 1/2, lambda to the 1/2. Yes. Okay. That is exactly how they do it. Exactly the same way. Exactly the same method. I could Taylor expand it again. I'll ask my professor about the approach when we get back on Monday. Oh, wow. I'll still be streaming through Monday, ideally. Sometimes it might even be, like... This is a 48-hour series just for fun. Because it's like, oh, I need to brush up on my skills within 48 hours. Because otherwise I'm cooked. I think that we finally get to say... We mark off Laplace's method at the 3-hour mark. Oh, wunderbar. Let's fucking go. Oh, actually, wait. I need to change it to green. Also, Burnout, you weren't around for, like, the majority of my last attempt. Do you want to see my scrap work, or would that mean nothing to you? Calculus of variations. No! No! Why? Okay, this shit is so ass. Let me explain. It should be simple. You know? You're always like, yeah, it should be. But check this out. Check this shit out. Right? So we're done with Laplace's method. Let's get into calculus of variations. So if we go into calculus of variations, there are two write-ups. There is... Oh, yeah, show it? Okay, gotcha. Here, hold up. I'm just going to pause real quick while I show it, just so that we don't run the timer out. If we go to Laplace's method, and we check out my old work, this is a 7-pager. Everything's wrong. This is how I tackled problem 3 initially, right? I made a lot of shitty assumptions that I should not have. And this actually got me into an incorrect order. Everything up to that X mark is wrong. Or sorry, everything up to the X is correct. But then doing that particular thing, Mundo downer, bro. Major downer. This is when you're supposed to do a substitution of variables, right? So every step is correct up to there. I just needed to do a variable sub, and I would have been good. I'd have been fine, right? I would have been, for your information, magnifique, if you will. I did do some good work around here, though, right? Like, over here, I almost cooked. I didn't quite cook, because their method was much more clever than my method. I did, like, a linear approximation as it, like, increased to infinity. But that was bad. I shouldn't have done that. This was just ass work, I can't lie. This was where I crashed the fuck out, and I was like, why does my method not work? My method doesn't work because I didn't do the proper substitutions to scale it. But I did have some work that was half decent. Let me check my battery real quick to see when the next break needs to be. Not for a while. So this work was decent. This was about 70% right. We get a little bit of an incorrect prefactor. Enough for it to be significant. It's literally like 30 times off. Right? I wouldn't scoff at anything under, like... If it's 5 times off, you know, for like a calculation that something approaches an arbitrarily small number, that's not really that important. So, you know. Yeah. So yeah, we did that. And that is the old work. There's not too much that's special about it. It's mostly just me not understanding the whole purpose of Laplace's method, which is to find how things scale as lambda is very high. The error function approach is much better. Quite frankly, I should ask if I can use it. But yeah. So I'll have to ask about that. Because to be honest, it's much easier and it's less cooked. I can't lie. It's a little less chopped. I did get full marks for my method, though. So, you know, it's just I only messed up on a question that contained a Gaussian times cosine x. And I freaked the fuck out. It was actually as easy as expanding it, right? As expanding the Gaussian across 1 minus x squared divided by 2. Right? So if you just did that, you would get a very basic form again that you could apply Laplace's method to and solve. But, you know, you win some, you lose some, right? Like, you know. We also didn't get the purpose of our last exercise in class was to make us more familiarized with it. This is a little harder than what we did in class. Mostly because it contains something that scales to infinity, and we want to observe the behavior as it scales to infinity. As opposed to the purpose in class, which was to analyze things and turn them into a special function. Well, we've got 3 hours on the clock, and we're partway through. I think the main problem we're gonna hit is when we hit the wave, heat, and Poisson equations. I think those will probably eat up about 15 hours, and I'll show you why. So if we go into the folder for WHP, wave, heat, and Poisson, the heat write-up is relatively small, right? It is a mere 8 pages. Pretty meager, right? If we go into the Poisson write-up, it is 27 pages long. Right? Tough. And then if we go into the wave, equation, and solutions packet, right? This is something that I do have to, like, it's really annoying because I have to scroll across, right? Also, shout out University of Michigan. Woo! That's not my university. I just really like U Michigan. Please admit me, U Michigan. No one from U Michigan is watching this, but please. All right. So, then we have basically we have to get to our, so this is our write-up, and there are problems within the write-up, basically, right? Like example problems within the write-up. Yeah. So this is a it's technically 14 pages, but it's closer to 28, just as a result of what it is. Yeah. So that'll eat up maybe 15 hours or so. Frobenius method should be knocked out within the same amount of time as Laplace's method was, because there are a couple of minor misunderstandings that I just can't get over for some reason. And then for our complex, it really depends. If I can understand contour integration quickly, and I can remember Cauchy's integral formula and residue theorem, I should be good to go. If I can't, it's not looking good. However, I think that the challenge is going to be a success, a resounding woohoo. I'll move to the let's go! Yeah. So, it's not looking terrible. It's doable for sure. But I can't be certain. I can't be certain I'll be successful across everything. Like, the fact that I've already covered 2 units in literally 3 hours and 3 hours, 1 minute, 42 seconds. That's fine enough for me. It's just, like, I have to see it through. I started the stream not wanting to stream, but the more I'm, like, doing it, the more I want to see it through to the end. I want to hit that 48-hour mark, and it'll end our run. Maybe our run will end before the 48-hour mark, but even if it doesn't, I hope we'll have at least conquered most of it, you know? And that'll be how it is. And we're doing it in order just for funsies. And we're gonna make a lot of silly mistakes along the way, but, yeah. I think we got this, chat. I think we can do it. That being said, let's swap over to the calculus of variations. So there are 2 write-ups on the calculus of variations, right? There is our dense write-up and our not dense write-up, as well as our problem sheet. So this is our problem sheet. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Respond. Okay. This is our problem sheet. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it didn't take too long to make. I used the original Bongo Cat thing. I isolated it from the image, and then I just put a little mouth guy on it. And because my name is Shro, it's like Schrodinger's cat. Is the cat dead? Is it alive? Who knows? So there's an X and a circle. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I should probably shout out to, what's the program called? PNGTuber Plus. Major shout out. I could not, like, I could probably set something up, like rig a program to do it myself, you know? But it's just so, like, what they did was so convenient. It's super streamer friendly. If you're looking to get started with, like, being a PNG tuber, you know? Or, like, a PNG streamer type deal, check them out. I highly recommend. It's pretty easy to get started with, to the point where even I, someone who is not super artistically inclined, could get started. My girlfriend is much better at art than I am. She would have an amazing time with PNG Tuber Plus. But that being said, it's good. It's really good. It comes highly recommended from me, especially if your PC is kind of fried. Mine's a little fried. I can't lie. It's just good enough to run my ultra-wide monitor and like a couple of decent games, and that's it. I can't run Expedition 30. Oh shit! I can't run Expedition 33 at all. 0, none. It's bad. All right. That being said, this is our calculus of variations problem set. I believe the solutions are in here somewhere. No, they're not. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. Woo! Woo! Yeah. There's a variable called gravity, right? It's cool. You get to do some physics stuff. It's cute. It's cute. It's a cute little program. I can't lie. Okay, on to the calculus of variations. By the way, shout out UChicago as well. Another university I would love to attend as a graduate student if I could. If I can't, you know, tough shit. Funding is scarce out there, and I am not the best of students. So, let's begin with the write-up. So, okay, we're going to do two things. This dense one right here is for our reference. Oh, we actually have a table of contents right here that we can go to. So, this covers the Euler-Lagrange equation, shortest path. Oh, yeah, wait. I should briefly credit. This was a write-up that was freely available online by someone named Jeff Calder. Hope I pronounced that right. You can find it probably just by Googling it. If you really want a copy and need a copy and you cannot find it, it is put out by the University of Minnesota. I don't know if I'm allowed to distribute it because it's put out by the University of Minnesota. So just, you know, you can look up this exactly, and ideally you should be able to find it. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's actually interested, but yeah. Okay. Also, you can erase highlighter on this, which is really nice. Check it. Oh, shit, wait. Sorry, you have to be consistent about it. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, it's this huge write-up on the calculus of variations. We're mostly interested in this part, the Euler-Lagrange equations. But this is our dense write-up. This is in case we need some really detailed information. We also have our light write-up from Wikipedia. Now, trying to learn math from Wikipedia is a sin, straight up. However, it is very useful as a reference. So if you go down into this guy right here, this will basically tell you a little bit about how functionals work. See? Extrema of functionals right there. I meant to underline it, not crossed out. Alright, there we go. Functionals. So this should give you some... Like, L is some function of these variables. It's like a function of functions, kind of. And so when we take Euler-Lagrange, I believe it is... What is it? I should know this. Classical mechanics. Normally it is d dx dot of L minus d dt of dl dx equals 0, I believe, is the Euler-Lagrange equation. Double checking. Oh! Am I wrong? I am wrong. My. It's the other way around. I apologize. I have misled all of you. I have misremembered a foolish mistake. It's actually not that bad. I mixed up two variables. It should be down here. So if we were using time, for example, it would be the partial of L with respect to x, right? Minus d. Oh. Wait, is it with f of x? I think I remembered correctly then. D dt of dl dx dot. Yep. I have remembered roughly correctly, actually. I apologize. I have not misled you the way I thought I did. So. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Hopefully, this small refresher is enough to help me remember how to solve these problems. One can hope. So, I actually, I'm gonna skip some of these, because some of these are not problems that are relevant to my field, necessarily. For example, this is a restatement of a theorem in analysis, real analysis, in particular, right? I don't feel the need to solve it. If you really want to know, you can look it up. It's also in, like, every real analysis textbook because the result is very important. I am not going to prove it because I don't want to. Yeah. Okay. Next, show that the set is not sequentially compact. Okay. This is also not... This is actually more analysis than I had expected. Huh. Yeah, this stuff right here is what we're interested in. So we're not super interested in the sequential compactness of things as physicists necessarily. We are, but we're also not. Not in this case. In this case, it matters not. We will assume our examples are given to be so. Functionals are linear. Okay. J is constant. Okay. I'm gonna highlight in orange what we likely don't need to do. We might need to do that. That would be good to know. I mean, with all of these, I'm trying to go a little bit above and beyond to really master the material, because the problems they're going to throw at us in the final are not going to be very easy. So I should probably keep some of these in here. Like, problem 3, normally I wouldn't bother with. But there are going to be non-basic applications of this. So... yeah. Yeah, fine. We'll solve problem 2, problem 3, problem 4, problem 5, 6, 7, 8. We might not do the whole thing. We're just gonna go until we're comfortable, basically. Do you have everyone in Bloons TD6? Because, like, generally, you can go Necromancer Wizard, which is really good. You can make builds for, like... what was that one? Submarine is my favorite, personally, because I use Sub-Commander. It's very good on water-based maps, in particular. And also if you have a bunch of pools. Banana farms are almost always the shit, especially if you have the DJ guy. What other meta strategies am I forgetting about? But if you're going to, like, if you're trying to upgrade your towers... Okay. So, hold on. If you're on a very, like, windy path, right, like this, tack shooter is best. If you're on a very watery place, I would just do submarine, personally. Wizard is just generally good. But I'm not sure what the meta is anymore. It's been so long since I've been in the balloons. I wasn't even, like, any competitive scene. I just casually played. But my friends were real sweaty about it. The last time I did a balloon stream was, like, a year ago. I don't even know if you knew I did balloons stream stuff. But... okay. Is linear if... That is tough. Shit. Alright. My last calculus of variations problems... Let me check my... I didn't... It's not fresh off the top of my head. But basically... Wonder what I should do. I trusted in your connoisseur veins, thanks. Oh, also, Burnout, I gotta ask, is the chat layout fine? Because, like, I'm not using anything fancy. Most people like to use, like, stream elements and stuff. But this is just how I wanted to lay it out. Because I was like, I'm lazy. I can lay out Twitch chat like this. It doesn't matter. Yeah. We'll see. See, that's tough. Because this is understanding the problem of the calculus of variations at a much higher level than we actually covered in class. I think it might be time for me to bust out the reading material. I think I can't just, like, slam my head into a wall anymore. I think we actually gotta study. So let's do it. Alright. Euler-Lagrange equations. Here we go. Essentially, this is a functional. A functional is kind of like a function that varies... Can I get this? No. Alright. It's essentially like if I have an expression like... Well, you do like it, it's a bit hard to read. Yeah, I figured it might be. I'll try to fix that at some point. It's very nice on my end because I'm close as hell to my monitor, but I will embiggen the text next time. In that case, I'll adjust it. Also, today we're just kind of playing for that, like, 6-hour mark, if we can get it. I would like to go to bed, and I did not realize that I would be so off track for most of the stream. So, maybe we only hit the 5-hour mark, but, yeah. Actually, I'll see if I can... No, not right now, not right now. We're locked in. But, I will do that next stream. Alright. So... Okay. Open and bounded. The function L is called a Lagrangian. Shortest path problem. Okay. For the minimal surface, n equals 2, and this Lagrangian. I see. So, this is a statement of the Euler-Lagrange equation. It is a much stronger statement than what is practical for very basic physics. So this is something a bit more advanced than I'm used to, which is fine. So is this going to give us the well-known results we've come to know and love? Yeah. It is. Excellent. I can satisfy the PDE. Yeah, so notice that familiar form I mentioned from classical mechanics. It actually shows back up right here. So, I've got to determine... Whew, so much to do. See, it always daunts me when I get to a new unit, right? You always get, like, the jitters, because you're like, oh, shit. There's, like, a lot to do. But it kind of reminds me that, like, studying like this is very nice. It's unfortunate that I can't, like, stream me studying straight from the textbook. Because copyright. It would be a much better world if I could. But if there are equivalently decent open source ones, or I could maybe write to the people in charge and get the ability to, that'd be really nice. This is actually good for my studying experience, because it makes it, like, a little different. And it allows me to not only, like, learn a topic, but also teach what I know about the topic, which is really nice. There is also a sparsely used Discord server. I don't know if I have it linked on my Twitch anymore, or if it's still valid. If not, I'll touch it up a little bit and make it, you know, nice and hunky-dory. Yeah, we'll see what I do. Okay. Whew. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough, chat. I can't lie. This shit, I'm gonna crash out. Okay. I can't really... It's hard to understand. Because this is a calculus of variations problem set from UChicago. Which, UChicago, notoriously difficult. right? But man, man, is that tough. I also do need to set up something that I can use to read my PDFs without, like, I don't know, there's a... I need to write a paper, and I need to do so real quick, but, okay. Chat, here's what I think we're gonna do. Just because I would like to get some quality sleep before tomorrow, we're gonna end at about the 5-hour mark, 4-hour, 30-minute mark, right? Because we've already successfully tackled a unit. I would like to grind for the 6-hour mark, but I do have a physics lab notebook thing that I should be doing. And so, in order to successfully complete such a thing, I am going to need to pour my focus into it. And I also have to pour my focus into grad apps. There's a lot to do, and very little time, but you'll be here for most of it. Okay. So, we have some functional that is mapping one closed interval to something else. It's linear if the functional is representable by separating the two things that we're adding, right? And by taking out the thing that we're multiplying. That's the linearity conditions, which, by the way, honestly, Oh, also, due to academic policy on certain things, if I ask my professors each time, next semester, I may actually be able to stream my homework. That's pretty sick, right? Fucking magnificent type shit. Yeah. So I'll see if I can do that. If I can, great. If I can't, tough. And we'll set up speedrun timers for each one. Don't worry about it. Okay. Just f of 1/2. Consider whether the following are linear. So if they are linear, I will highlight them green. So we'll say linear is green. Alright. Let's get to work, chat. dxf So is mapping a functional? So that's the map. This should be linear. By definition, this should be linear. A little statement of proof is that dx f plus g equals dx f plus dxg. So that is in fact linear. 2 for 1. Yeah, true. 2 for 1. Yeah. F of 1/2 plus g of 1/2. I can't think of any... Because that's just a constant, right? So if I have some... I don't know. Number 1 is kind of... Oh. It's crashing? Burnout, is my stream fucking up? Thanks for letting me know. Here, wait. Hold up. I'm gonna message you on Discord, L Burnout, so you can respond. Stream crashing out. Yeah. All right. Okay. For Burnout, it's not crashing. So let me just reply. It's not crashing. For Burnout, it may be a Twitch side issue. Smiley face. Heart. Okay. Thank you, Burnout. Appreciate it. Let's see. So we have that solved. So if our vector space is in the set of all real numbers, and we know that our function f of 1/2 so f plus g there's a pretty big assumption made right, let me use a different color to highlight it. Let's use gray, because it's funny. Right here. Right? This is our big assumption that's made. Because we're just kind of assuming that lambda doesn't depend on x. Because if lambda does depend on x, we can no longer say that this is true of the derivative, right? Unless we can throw x on the outside. So we're going to say that 2 is linear on that particular condition for lambda, for all lambda not proportional to x. So we're going to note that. It should be true so if that's in the set of real numbers, is there any function in the set of real numbers such that no, there's not. So that must also be linear. So this is non-linear, so we're going to mark it with pink. Because it doesn't satisfy the first rule of linearity. Then we have... Also, by the way, if you guys do math, feel free to point out where I'm wrong. That is partially why I'm streaming. If you are math people or physics people, you are free to basically just be like, no, that's wrong. L, bad take. Atrocious take. Let me check what time it is for... Ooh, okay. I have plenty of time. Okay. I see nothing wrong with this. Honestly, this is, Let me hold off on that. There might be something wrong there. Because if that times... So if we put that there... No, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. So we highlight it. So those two are green. I'm not sure if the second one should be green, because I am making an assumption that there is no x dependence with lambda. Right? If there is x dependence, it is non-linear. Keep that in mind. And then x squared times whatever it is. It distributes across addition, so that much is true. and it should not interfere with the whole multiplication thing. So I think this is linear. I'm actually not comfortable having marked that last one as linear, so I'm hoping I can update it. This is yellow because it's linear on a particular... Oh, I'm so fried. Hold on. Let's see if I can get just this guy erased without erasing anything else. Oh, I'm so cooked. Ah! Yes, there we go. Okay. This one is conditionally linear. It is linear under the particular condition that lambda is independent of x. Peak. So problem 2 is solved. Do I know the solutions to this? No. Is it valuable practice anyway? Vaguely. This is actually important. That little condition that I put for 2 is actually the condition for a functional, which is why the Euler-Lagrange equation works. The more you know. At least I think so. Again, corrections are welcome at any time. But for now, we'll consider ourselves done, and I will get back to everyone. Actually, I'll mark this with an R for review. So it'll be in cyan. We'll mark it with an R. I'll get back to you guys on things that are supposedly reviewed later. So for now, we will consider ourselves to have finished this problem. I could also low-key look up the problem. I could. Guys, I could use generative AI to see if my solutions are correct. Okay, I could do that. It feels kind of cheap, but there's no solution guide for this one. And I'm also not so... Yeah, I could. Or I could look them up. I bet there's a solution online somewhere. Sure. Why not? We'll do it. But we'll also do it in temp mode as to not feed it any useful information to train off of, because we're evil like that. So, hold on, let me click into the problem set, and then... Let's see. Let's see what we got. Yep, first one's linear. Second one is also linear. Just generally, apparently. I guess that's the assumption we're working off of. Third one is linear, like I expected. And the last one is non-linear. Let's go! I'm correct. And the justifications were literally the exact same. Wonderful, wonderful. What a good day to be alive. Ba-boom. Oh, shit. Ba-boom. Okay. Hey! Big ups. Big ups for Shro. Let's go. We're up. Okay. Wonderful. J is continuous with respect to this guy. Yeah. See, it's always interesting when you, like, end up in a situation where you don't fully understand the problem, and you have to kind of ruminate on it for a bit until it clicks for you. Because I looked at that problem and I was like, no, I don't know if I need to do it. In reality, I really... I didn't. But I did anyway. So, Currently, we're winning. Massive W's for Shro. Huge W's. Okay. Okay. So, what do we got? It's continuous on an interval. Continuity. Oh my. Okay. I want to skip problem 3. Part of me thinks that I should not. There is something in my brain saying I should do problem 3. So I'm gonna do problem 3. So for the arc length functional, because this could reasonably show up on exam, the property of... Oh, I don't know how I feel about this, man. I think this might be a little fucked up, man. I can't lie, man. Okay. I have to show continuity. Ah! I need only show continuity of the functional. So this is a basic epsilon delta proof. I guess. Right? Basically, I need to show that for any function... Oh, it's a little tougher. Because basically, it's like an extension of... Here, hold on. This is the first time I'll actually need to make a new note page here. Okay, so essentially, epsilon delta proofs, right? You have some f related to delta, right? So you have some... I'll do it large, because this is a page for you guys, not for me. You have some f of x minus f of y. This is uniform continuity, by the way. This is not pointwise continuity. Otherwise, it would be x naught, like particular points. But for a uniformly continuous function, right, this would be less than some delta, where delta is proportional to some epsilon, where x minus y is less than epsilon. Right? That's the basic idea behind continuity. However, my guess is that we'll take this, and instead we'll have this be epsilon, and then we have our j function, or functional, sorry. We have our j functional, acting as the function in this case, because our input is in terms of functions, right? So we have this wonderful functional. Now, the question is, how do you show that for functionals, right? Well, I think it would be the same way you show it for functions, right? You have this input of a value of a particular function. So let's calculate the difference. Let's see if j of f and j of g. So there should be a new page for me. J of f and j of g along this integral. Alright? So you have j of f equals 0 to 1 square root 1 plus f prime squared. I think that was it. Is it f prime squared? Am I right? It is. J of g equals integral 0 to 1 plus g prime squared dx. So we can actually simply subtract one from the other and say that this is just equal to the... That's actually super fucking groovy. Man. Wow. One plus f prime squared minus, I don't actually need to integrate there, because we can just say 1 plus g prime squared dx. And we just assume that this is less than delta. Now, the interesting part is if we have... I think this is where we go awry. C1 is some vector space. C2 is, not C2, the first C. Whoa. No, I have to figure that out. Huh. F is in C. C is defined to be some interval along... Ah! I see. F and g of x do not need to be, of the same domain. I guess, essentially. Right? So, in essence, when we have our input functions, it is not necessarily true, I believe, that f of x minus g of x is less than epsilon. Specifically, on the interval on x. Right? So when we take the interval across the space, like a continuous interval across the space, it's true. If we take the continuous interval along x, it is entirely possible that g is not defined at x, and we know that this is greater than epsilon. And we're done. I think. If g of x. Alright. I believe that is the intention there. I can see if that's solved the correct way. So I'll check. Alright. Let's see what we got. This doesn't seem like it's particularly useful in our applications, though. I should try to find another calculus of variations problem set real quick. I might as well. Let me see if anyone else messaged me. No. So... okay, that needs to be a little more rigorous, but it's the same idea. Basically, it's a little different. I'm making the same statement, but it needed more rigor. Whatever. Maybe I'm not. No. I'd have to think about that more. That one controls the derivatives. This one doesn't. If this one doesn't control the derivatives, it is not necessarily true that they can be with an epsilon. Okay, mine was less rigorous, right? I was saying something very similar. I was saying it is not necessarily the case that there exists a, like, basically, if g is sufficiently small compared to f, and that can happen because the c is bounded by what's given by f, right? Okay. Yes. So, I'd give myself half credit for that one. Not good, not bad. Just mid. Let's see if I can find better calculus of variations. Physics problems. I think we are... I think we're fine with our basic... Alright! We're going off script! We are going off script. Fuck this. This is just real analysis. This is not helpful. We're gonna cover the basic problems, but we're gonna do it, like, chaotic style. We're gonna do it the Shro way. So, let's create a new notebook. We're gonna call it Chaos. Actually, no, we shouldn't, because chaos is an actual thing in physics. We're gonna call it off script. Off script. Because I remembered something. We need to cover a couple of core topics, right? We need to cover shortest path problem. Shortest path. Bachistochrome. I don't know how to spell that off the top of my head, so I'm going to copy it directly. Bachistochrome. Crone. My bad. Bachistochrone. And then there are more. Because those are only some examples. We also have geodesics, which makes me want to cry. So we need geodesics. And then the next section, I think, is the variational approach. Variational approach to classical mechanics. There is a much better calculus of variation exercise. Okay, I didn't think I would be working certain stuff out on stream. Here's what we do. I am going to briefly... This will fuck up the chat. So sorry, chat. It looks like ass now. But this is only for the briefest of moments, I promise. We're gonna stop sharing my screen. And here's what's gonna happen. Right? Actually, I do need to use the restroom, and I do also need to set things up, so I will change the chat so you guys can chat amongst yourselves while I put up a be right back screen. Every time I have to change my chat, by the way, okay, hold up. I'm gonna remove this. Okay. I'll have to make a new, hold on, can I, like, if I copy this and I, like, paste... Oh, no, that's my splits. If I copy my advanced chat, I click on copy, and then I paste my reference, right? And I have chat advanced 2. And I rename this to chat basic. I really do have to use the restroom, but I'm curious. It will affect both of them. Interesting. I don't want these two to be linked. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Have a good time. Oh yeah, we gotta pause here too. Alright. So we hit a solid time on Laplace's method. Oh, that calculus of variations is gonna be tough. Alright. So here's what we do. I'm thinking we can do the following. How do I unlink, Here, hold up. Let's copy. Ah! Duplicate. Okay, that's how that works. Alright, so we'll remove our copy. Yeah. Oh, sorry, chat. Apologize. So, if I say copy, and then I instead say... I can't paste duplicate, so if I copy... I can't... Why can't I paste duplicate? Copy. I go up here. Weird. Weird. That's actually weird. So if I make an empty URL, right? This is just something I'm gonna try. I make an empty URL. I call it test. Wow. URL none. Okay. And then I can't paste duplicate on this either, so I have to just remove that. Huh. So I actually can't figure out how to duplicate a reference. In that case, paste the source as a reference. Right-click it and select group selected item without affecting the original source. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna try it. Here we go, chat. We're gonna go to Chat Advanced. We're going to copy. We're going to paste reference. We're going to move this down above our first chat. And then we're going to group selected items. And we're going to call this chat2. I would really like to... Oh, and I can apply filters directly to chat2. Effect filters. Oh. Oh. Smart, smart, smart. All right. So. Interesting. And I can group this, and I can call it chat1. So chat1 and chat2 can have the same crop effect, right? I'm learning a lot today. Filters. So they'll have the same crop effect, right? No, that doesn't change my problem. Huh. I guess I'll have to set it up the same later. So I guess I'll just remove you for now. This is a good enough temporary solution. I really need to permanently get this shit sorted. Anyway. BRB. And we're back. We're cooking. Okay. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to download a particular page off of an open source textbook. So we're going to do that. Where is my... Where the fuck? Sorry. It's being a bit language, but... You know what I mean. Alright. Calculus of variations, physics problems. And then we can go down to the open source textbook. And we can send this just straight to ourselves. So we're going to do that. We're going to go to exercises. And we're going to try our best. Is there solutions to such exercises? Solutions. No. The answer is absolutely not. Problems with no solutions kind of piss me off. That's okay, though. But otherwise, I don't know. Alright. I hate that so much. Ugh. Alright, let me download this. Calculus of variations. Physics. It's less focused on mathematics. It's more physics focused. So let's pop that guy into my... Watching this at 1 a.m. is awesome, Sauce. I appreciate that. I have got to log into all of my stuff to send myself another problem set to keep going so that I can hit that 5-hour mark. Honestly, maybe just even the 4-hour mark. We might end it off kind of soon, but I don't want to bullshit it. I want my time to be as accurate as it can be. So I'm going to send myself just one more bit of reading material in the form of physics calculus of variations. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Okay. So it should be updated to that. And so if I take this guy out and I say this guy. Okay. I should be able to see it in my files. I can. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So I'll now move this over through here, through here, through here, calculus of variations, move item here. And then the moment I turn my screen share back on, we are ready to go. Yep, connect to app. All right. Here we go. Except we're going to do this, do this, do this. Oh, it's because I turned it off. There we go. Do this, do this. No? No, that's not. Oh, it's because it turned back off. There we go. And I click in. No? Oh. Yes. No? Yes. No. Fuck. See... Oh, there we go. And then... Yeah! Woo! Okay. And now, the timer, we're back on. We have 10 minutes until we hit some of our goal. Then I'll continue, like, doing stuff on my own for, like, an hour. Not for this challenge, but just for, like, grad school stuff and, like, other stuff I've got to do. But this, we got it. Okay. Find the extremal of the functional, noting that x of 1 is 3 and x of 2 is 18. Show that this extremal provides the local minimum of j. So, presumably what we do is we can take the Euler-Lagrange equation of the inside, right? Let's just do that real quick. It's nice that we're, like, getting up there in time. 48 hours is a lot of time to spend, studying, and I never realized that I actually spend so little time studying. I thought maybe, yes, my problem is completely in that I am bad at the subject, which is true, I am bad at the subject. However, it is likely because I don't study enough. Because you never realize how little you do something until you start marking how much you do it. Or how much you do something until you start marking how much you do it. So much time sunk into Minecraft Redstone without even streaming it. I got into it recently, so to be fair, it is like a something I'm pretty fixated on. It's just really cool because I took an Intro to Comp Engineering course. Still in my head to this day. Okay, so we can now find, with Euler-Lagrange, we can say we have, was it, I think it was dx of L? Right? Here, let me just double check. because I am here to learn. I'm not here to, like, test myself yet. Let's see what the Euler-Lagrange equation is. Okay, yeah. So it's... My god, OBS, please. Okay, thank you. This is still up, I trust? Yep. So we have dxL. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say this is minus... Actually, is this right? Yeah. Yeah! Oh, shit, it is! Wonderful. Minus d dt d dx dot of L equals 0. So we know that we have, this is our L, d dx of that is 0, minus, so d dt of 2x dot over t to the 3 equals 0. And then we'll do the quotient rule. So we'll say 2x double dot t to the 3 minus 2x dot t, or I guess t squared times 3 divided by t to the 6th equals 0. So we just get 2x double dot t to the 3 minus 2, or not 2, sorry, 3 x dot t squared actually, maybe we don't even need that. Maybe we can say... No, we need that here for now. But we'll make a better statement later. Okay. Equals 0. The more powerful statement is 2x double dot times t minus 3x dot t squared on the outside equals 0. And then we can say that given that t is not equal to 0, it's not, we can say that x double dot t minus 3x dot is just equal to 0, which implies x double dot times t equals 3x dot. Or not double dot dot. Alright. So, we can then find x in terms of t by integrating things with respect to t. So, if we integrate the left and right-hand side with respect to t, we get the following. So, if we go from 0 to t, right? Oh, this is a little tougher than I would have expected. Huh. Because for x, we only need... Oh! It's going pretty well. I'm currently just trying to solve this problem right here. Yeah, but you caught me midway through. Also, welcome, welcome. I don't have follow notifications on right now because I am, you know, kind of studying, right? But, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so basically I'm working on the calculus of variations. Yep. And so, you know, I'm just kind of hoping my approach is right here. Yeah, it's, I'm taking a Methods of Theoretical Physics course right now. And it's more focused on some of the other stuff, like geodesics and, hold on, what was the other stuff I mentioned? Geodesics, Bachistochrome problem, and shortest path, yeah. So I was like, oh, I need something that, like... Because the last problem set I tried to focus on, because I'm doing open source problems to practice, because I have an exam coming up. The last thing I tried to focus on was, actually a more mathematical formulation of it, right? Which is, like, more real analysis than anything. Or, not this, sorry, that's the write-up. Where is my... Here it is. So if I go back, like, a page or two... Yeah, this guy. This is more in the context of real analysis, which is not what I want to be focusing on. So I instead picked up a different practice problem set in the form of the Calculus of Variations exercises from LibreTexts. Yeah, and you can actually find at the bottom which one it's from. So you can check it out if you want. Yeah. One thing I'm kind of struggling to remember is, oh, wait. If I have... Because I have some t dependence here, right? If I didn't have that, it would be very nice. So I'm struggling to remember, like, what I do in a scenario like this. Oh, wait. I could integrate by parts. That could work. So if I put this on this side, and I integrate by parts... It's been a while since I actually had to just do integration by parts. So u equals t. Du equals, I guess, dt, right? It's just one. Then I can say dv equals x double dot. And then v is equal to just x dot. So then I'm going to double check and make sure I'm correct in my thoughts on integration by parts. Parts. Let's see. Yeah, so it's uv minus vdu is the formula. So uv which is just x dot t minus x dot. So that is x dot of t minus 1 equals 3x. And then from there, I could say, because we still have to integrate, double check. Could I actually just solve this from here? Show that this provides the minimum of J. Okay. Oh. Did my lo-fi end? Have I been studying that long? It did end! Wow. Sheesh. Alright. Let's see what we got. So, satisfies... So I actually don't need to be solving this. I just need to show it provides the global minimum of J. So no, I guess I do need to be solving this, because this particular one is the Euler-Lagrange. And then I can use the fact that this is a shortest path. Perhaps. Anyway. Also, it shouldn't be 0. It should be 1. Well, no. So if I go from 0 to t, hold on. Let me do a little thinking. So I integrate by parts, which, yeah, means I don't have to do that. So I have that. I could do another integration by parts, if I so desired, which I think I do desire. Very much could be wrong, but I do not remember too many integrations being necessary for this method. Yeah, no, usually that's the case. But the thing is, you have this, here, hold on. Let me get my, highlighter here. You have this t dependence that pops up right here. And you have, like, x as a function of t. But again, you could be right. If you remember, actually, what the correct approach here is, I would love to hear it. If you don't, that's fine. I am sure I will figure it out eventually. I would integrate by parts again. That will just result in... Ah! Okay, so I think the key has to do with the initial conditions we've been given. I think we can just use those here. I don't know why it just highlighted and. I'm going to undo that. So I think we can actually just plug in our initial conditions now that we've done our first and only integration. So given, for example, t of what? T of 1? T of 1 equals 3. Yeah, this is incorrect. Because if we test our initial conditions, right, we get x dot times 0 equals 9. So yeah, this is not correct. You are absolutely correct in pointing that out. Thank you. Yeah, this is bad. Okay. Huh. Least action. Let's go back to our write-up real quick. Because I was on here, so let's see. If I go here, and I look at shortest path, yeah. I do want to say again, thank you for pointing that out. That would have been a major, major time sink for me. Pull some stuff from ODs. Yeah, that's true. I don't remember too much about ODEs, right? In the sense that, like, I can solve basic ones, you know? Obviously, like, if you have some, like, x double dot plus, like, 3x dot plus some function of x right here, you know? Right. Oh! Wait, no! I think you're kind of cooking with that. Wait, hold on. So, let me just take this guy and copy it over. Copy. And then we're going to make a new page to throw it into a transform. I could. Which one would you throw it into, though? Because we just covered Laplace transforms, so that wouldn't be necessary here. Wait, I think... Okay, so again, we get our x double dot t minus 3x dot equals 0. You're looking for time dependence, so Laplace might be the way. Yeah, we just covered Laplace though, so I don't... I would imagine it would work, but I actually think maybe I can think a bit simpler, right? So if I have x equals, what is it? 1 over, hold on. I'm gonna test something because I forgot if this works with it. Hold on. I'm going to run a particular derivative through here. So, what would this be? Excellent. So, because my instincts here are that I need some function, right? Such that when the second derivative is taken, you get 3 in the front, and you get 1 over t. And then the first, or no, actually not even. Yeah, that's, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. So, okay. Let's have, yeah, e to the at. Let's try it. So that's a squared, e to the at, t, minus 3a, e to the at. So again, this is where we run into our little problem. This t right here. Normally this would be perfectly fine and solvable. Having this t right here is a bit of a pain. A bit of an annoyance, if you will. So we want something that we can pull a t from every time, ideally. Right? So... what if instead... we did... Wonderful! Okay, yes. So, let's say we have, instead, e to the a t squared, right? if we differentiate this once, right? I don't know what'll happen if we differentiate it twice. Yeesh. Okay. If we differentiate it once, we get 2at e to the at squared. And then if we differentiate it twice, we get let's use product rule here. 2a e to the at squared plus 2a t. I think we just square that. Squared e to the at squared. Then if we pull this out, yeah, not quite as nice as what we're looking for. Because this absolutely gives us something nice right here, right? Because now we have a t term, but we don't get anything nice out of it the second time around. Because then we end up with a t squared term for our second derivative. If I remembered how to do, like, I think it's called the annihilator method or something, that would be very handy right about now. But the problem is that we kind of have this t that's... We can solve it with our initial conditions, though, I believe. Right? So... let's see. I can't even begin to know what the best approach to that would be, though. Because in the approach we did before, when I tried to integrate it... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because in the case before, right, I checked our initial conditions. And it is not... you know. The math is not mathing here. Because when t equals 1, this would have to be true, and it can't be true. So, yeah. So let me just make sure I did that Euler-Lagrange correctly. That's 0 minus this. Oh, did I flip a sign by accident? Hold on. To the minus... So... Ah! I did flip the... It is a sign error. This should actually be the other way around. It's not like it really matters that much. It's not significant. This is still true either way. But, shoot. Back to score one. Okay. Huh. If I tried it on the other side, and I integrated... Got it. Okay. I'm going to try this again, except instead I'm going to say x double dot equals 3 over t x dot. Right? So now if I integrate, I should actually get something nice in terms of x dot, and then all I have to do is integrate this guy right here. So I'm not sure what the best way to integrate this guy would be, because before I had assumed we could integrate by parts to just kind of eliminate t from the other side, right? So I went over. If there was a solution manual, now is about the time I would whip it out. You have a table of Lagrange. I would transform clearly. Huh. T to the N, F of T. Yeah, it would. Actually, let me see if it's intended to use Laplace transforms here for this particular book. Because I can go down to the chapter. Ah! Okay. So, while we weren't given those we weren't given problems like that, maybe we were. Hold on. Ah, shit. Okay, yeah, that is a good way to do it. I was also thinking that, like, it doesn't make mention of a transform in the little book that I'm looking at. That is a great way to do it, though. Much more practical. What was in this entire... Yeah, so I don't think they touched on Laplace transforms yet. By this point. Variational approach to classical mechanics. Calculus of variations. Summary. No. No. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna look at the standard Bakistochrome. I don't actually have it, I don't have the write-up downloaded to my, my little e-ink tablet here. But you know what? This is actually a really good chapter. And it does give us minimal travel cost. Okay. Shortest path, dx, dy. And our problem given here is to... Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I should be able to solve the problems given by this particular textbook if I use the textbook to figure out what exactly I'm missing here. Because I had figured that by applying Euler-Lagrange, I would be able to find the minima, like the global minimum. However, perhaps... No, I think I really just need to brush up on my ODEs. I can't lie. So, hold on. I'm going to mark down for later, because I am going to have to head out to finish some, like, I'm applying to grad schools. I don't think this year's my year. I can't lie to you. Especially given... Yeah. That's what I was thinking. There's got to be something I'm missing here. Because I initially thought the trick was that you could integrate with... Wait, hold on. Before I actually pause my timer and leave it at that, you have inspired me. You've given me an idea. We know that our minimum bound for time is 1. It's not 0. So, instead, if we do our Laplace transform... Not Laplace transform. What am I... If we do our integration by parts, instead we actually receive x dot, right? X dot here. And then we go minus... And we go from 1 to t on the inside here. x double dot dt. So I see what I did wrong. Okay, the main issue was that this is actually supposed to be x dot minus x dot of 1 or x dot at 1 times x dot. Yeah. So I'm not... That is a... I hate everything about this. However, because then that's just x dot times 1 minus x dot of 1. Which is a little better. Right? Ah! Excellent! Wait. Okay, hold on. Equals 3x. And then, we can take the range from t equals 0 to t equals 1. Or, sorry, 2. What am I doing? T equals 2. Maybe? Maybe? Hold on. So we don't know this value here. So yeah, let's try it at t equals 1. So we know that x dot of 1 times 1 minus x dot of 1 should then be equal to 9. Ah! Because we're given two initial conditions, we can actually break this down to solve x dot of 1. That was a really good note. Something you said really inspired me to try that. Because you mentioned it could probably be broken down very cleanly algebraically. Because we're given two initial conditions, we can actually show that this is the minimum and what exactly the minimum value is. Excellent, excellent. I like this approach. I have confidence in it. So we have x dot of 1 squared minus x dot equals 9, or x dot of 1 equals 9. This should just be an easy solve. I could use the quadratic formula for this. As a matter of fact, I might. Matter of fact, I will. Negative b, so that's 1 plus or minus square root b squared, that's 1 minus 0 all over 2. No, that's not right. What am I on? I forgot to subtract 9. That's not 0. Oops. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. My suggestions are inspired by knowledge and experience is very much gut-based. Gut feeling when you're doing a problem and it blooms to be... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes that is the solution, though. I should find one of my LaTeX write-ups where the solution was actually just that bad. And the professor wrote an email about it, and he was like, yeah, it really is that bad. I won't do that next time. I just thought you guys needed some experience with that. But yeah, I get it. Okay. So, hold on. It's just x squared minus x minus 9. That doesn't separate as cleanly as I would like it to. Maybe it does. Hold on. Instead of factoring it, I'm just going to fuck it, ball. So 1 plus minus square root 1 minus so plus 9 square root of 10 all over 2. So 1 plus or minus the square root of 10 are both valid solutions for x dot. Experience or not, that's a dick move. It is kind of a dick move. It doesn't solve cleanly. It was in all fairness, it was a statistical mechanics problem, which they can be clean, but they tend to be more messy than not. It is kind of, yeah. I don't disagree. But, yeah. Okay, so we do actually have a nice solution here. I think... Why are... I have a... Doing labs already teaches that one, so it's just true. Now, the problem here is that I have some squared value of x dot not. Oh, that's what the second one's for. Okay, so these are two possible values for x dot of 1, right? So now, all I need to do is see which one is the correct value. No, because that gives me two values for... Okay. Wow. Hold on. I have to rule out which one is which by the problem statement, probably. So hold on. So that is significantly greater than 1. And we can see that it... I don't like that. If it were to remain negative... See, okay. This approach is nice, but I've run into a small problem of, like... I have to choose between plus or minus. My gut instinct says it's plus. Right? But you just don't know, because it's squared here. So... We'll see, we'll see. If it matters for, So yeah, we'll take this value, remember that, and we'll go on to the next one. So, instead, we can say we have... I already forgot. Hold on. So we have x dot 2 instead, times 1 minus 1 plus or minus square root 10 divided by two equals... I think they gave 18 as the next one. Yeah, 18. So 18 times 3. I think, yeah. Okay. 18 times 3 equals 30 plus 8 times 3. 8, 16, 24. 54. 54. So x dot times 2 equals 54 over 1 minus 1 plus or minus. I don't know what I should do for selecting plus or minus here. Because something tells me there's got to be a physical intuition behind that, right? Surely. Surely. Ah! Maybe it doesn't matter. It does, though. I don't know. We do effectively show, though, that whatever sign this is, we show that x dot... I don't know if there's a symbol for sign, but basically the sign of this is always opposite the sign of the other one. So we've shown that successfully, which is, I think, what we want to show, because we show that there is a minimum. Ah! Okay, yeah, that shows that the minimum exists in the interval between these two, because from one point to another, you have to have this this sign change. Excellent, excellent, excellent. But are we asked to show exactly where? Show that it provides the global minimum of J. I mean, it does. It does provide a minimum, most certainly. Wait, provides a minimum. Minimum, minimum, minimum. That means we switch from down to up. So we want it to be minus for a minimum. So our solutions are x dot of 1 is equal to 1 minus square root of 10 over 2 along the interval. Hooray! Wonderful! We did use a little bit of physical intuition there. But we show that this minimum exists somewhere within this point. Neat! It could just as well contain a maximum, but, you know, for it to contain a minimum, we take 1 minus square root 10. Fully corrupted by math, yeah. There is a lot of stuff in math that, like, stuff that flies in physics that does not fly in math. I do write my x normally, yeah. What, do you mean like the fact that some people write their x like this? Like all curly and shit? Yeah. Two opposite C's intersecting. I see. So like kind of like that, but like better. Not as weird looking. Kind of, but not quite. Maybe like a because if I literally write it like that, oh my god. Oh, that was... I do not write my x's like that. That's so weird. I actually can't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. My writing style is very simple. I think the most advanced, like, looking thing I can do is a signature I have just to sign my work if I ever post it online, which is just like that. Actually, that's a very bad representation of it. Let me do that over, because I just kind of scrawled that one out. Mine look better, but you do read them like that, yeah. I hate that my second... There we go. It's a nice signature. It's because my username used to be Jinx701. I changed it. You know. Yeah. I think now that I have this practice problem down, I'm still not sure exactly the intuition behind me selecting, right now you just write your name. Yeah. My actual signature is much worse than my, like, digital signature that I use for things. It's bad. Oh, God. Yeah, that sounds ridiculous awful. I actually don't even know how to do a cursive C, because my name doesn't even have a C in it. I can do, like, a cursive S. Right? But, like... Yeah. That's crazy. I can't do a C. That's wild. I should learn more cursive. Okay. I think this is a pretty natural, like, pause point. I can't lie. And then, yeah. So I disconnect here. Ah, nice. Yeah. I will say, I've got. You've seen the title of the stream. My goal is to make sure I'm thoroughly prepped for my final exam, which is worth 100% of the grade. I'm very excited for it, but also very nervous. You know, excited because my homework grades were kind of mid. Nervous because my homework grades were kind of mid. So I'm studying much more diligently now. And I figured, you know, there's no better way to keep myself to a study schedule than streaming my study schedule so that anyone who watches can pester me. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a bunch. You will probably, if you tune in again, you'll probably see me stream pretty late on maybe like Mondays, Tuesdays, stuff like that, while I prepare. And usually my university has 1 week where there are no classes that are it's just used to prep for exams. So, yeah. You will likely see me working on such things, or maybe reading through, because there's also a paper that is used to bump up your grade in the event that your grade is not super great, where you basically explain one particular topic. I'm thinking of talking about covariance in Bell's theorem, which has interesting results, but it's still consistent. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not very good at ending my streams yet, because I don't know what I want to talk about to end my streams. Next stream, I'm Central Time. I'll try to put out a schedule if I can. But generally, I should be able to stream from about 6 p.m. Central on Monday, Wednesday, and a little earlier than that, depending, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Fridays will be basically a toss-up. Same with weekends. Weekends are kind of a toss-up as well, just because I have people to catch up with. But you will see relative consistency on Monday and Wednesdays. Thanks so much for stopping by, you guys. I really appreciate you. And hopefully, I can finish this challenge up and move on to other fun little physics-related or perhaps physics-unrelated challenges. See y'all later.